027. It's May the 31st, 2002, and we're in the home of Ted Vinson, United States Army, World War II. And Ted, appreciate you having us in your home.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Doing the interview. Let's start out with your full name.
Well, my full name is Theodore Frederick Vinson.
Okay. And what was your date of birth?
I was born on January the 6th, 1924, here in Anderson.
Okay. And what was your rank at discharge?
I was PFC, Private First Class.
Okay. Well, Private Vinson, you said you were born here in Anderson?
That's right.
Whereabouts?
Well, actually, technically, I was born in north of the White River on Indiana Avenue out there. Then that was not in 1924. That wasn't part of Anderson. That wasn't part of Anderson until 1927. But I've always said that. I was born at the St. John's Hospital, and I was spent my entire life here, except the time I went away to the big war and went to Purdue University.
Oh, okay.
The big war was Purdue University, right?
Well, that was something else.
Which war was tougher?
Well, no, I'll tell you, it's been a good life for me here in Anderson. I've thought sometimes that it wasn't a good idea to come back to the same town that you were born and reared in. To watch it grow was fine, but to watch it start its decline in some of these last years, that hurts me. But I've always hoped maybe it'll bounce back in my December of my years.
I think it'll probably go down for a while, but it's going to change and go up. I definitely like what they're doing downtown.
Well, it's interesting. As I say, I have seen so many things. I was telling a story just a few days ago to this person. We were chatting, and I stopped in the middle of the story because I realized I was telling this woman something that happened 70 years ago, and when I was 9 years old, and that shocked me. I start telling people that things that happened here in Anderson 70 years ago. They look at you like, well.
Well, tell me the story. It sounds.
Well, I was just I've always been a kind of a race fan of the 500-mile race. That's what we were talking about. And my dad used to get me up at about 4:30, quarter to 5 in the morning, and put me in the back seat, and I'd go to sleep, and they'd meet down there at the Georgetown Road, and we'd go into the 500, and he would set me on his knee, and first turn down there, and I watched the old timers like Wilbur Shaw and Rex Mays, well, Bill Cummins and Maury Rose, and all those drivers. And I was telling this story to this woman, and she couldn't understand because she'd been down there one time a few years ago, but she didn't, and I just got carried away telling about what I was doing 70 years ago during that 500-mile race time.
So tell me a little bit of family history here. What was your mom's name?
My mother's name was Jenny Evans Rothrock. My grandfather, Rothrock, came here to Anderson, and he established himself, and he was the superintendent of drilling, and he carried nitroglycerin up toward Alexandria, up to Summitville area, and he was many things. After that, he was also a carpenter, skilled carpenter, and built down here on what's Broadway. He built 6 houses along there, and got enough money and bought over on to Indiana Avenue, where he had approximately, I guess we had about 60, 70 acres over there, running all the way back, and we owned the ground. I say we, my grandfather owned the ground that the Anderson Country Club was built on.
Oh, wow.
And my mother and dad married in 1916.
Okay, well, help me with the spelling on the last name.
Rothrock, R-O-T-H-R-O-C-K, Rothrock.
Okay. Make sure I get it.
There are a whole bunch of Rothrocks. I found out years ago that are down near Hope, Indiana. My grandfather was born down there near Columbus.
Okay.
That's near Hope, I guess.
Tell me a little bit about your mom. What was she like?
She was a real fine person, and I wish I knew more about how she and my father met, because my father, incidentally, he was the only son, and my mother was an only daughter, and I'm the only son too, so I had no aunts or uncles or cousins. But mother grew up and married Dad, and she was our took care of us, feeding us, and we moved in. They originally were living, I guess, with my grandfather at Rothrock and his wife out there in Indiana Avenue, and Dad was self-educated. He never finished high school, but he became the top stenograph operator. The stenograph used to be what the court reporters had to use. And Dad, for some way, took my mother, and they went to Washington, D.C., and he worked for the Department of Interior. And when the draft came up in Washington, D.C., he was the fifth number called. And Dad went over there to the draft board, and they looked at him, and the doctor said, "Son," said, "how much do you weigh?" And he said that I guess he must have weighed about 130, 48 pounds. He was 5'11". He said, "Son, you're underweight. You do more good over there at the Department of Interior." So Dad brought Mother back to Anderson after the war was over, World War I was over, and they had me out there. And Mother, since I was the only child she was ever going to have, she taught me how to wash dishes. I stood on a box and I washed dishes as a boy, and when I got bigger I learned how to dry them, and then she taught me how to scrub floors. She taught me how to vacuum out of dust, how to cook, how to sew, how to make beds. In fact, she didn't realize it in those days, but she was teaching me how to be a good private. And because my grandfather took me out and taught me how to shoot a rifle, a pistol, and a shotgun. He taught me about woods and about trees and birds and animals, and he took me hunting with a .22 rifle, which I bought when I was with $5 that I'd earned from helping him shear the sheep that he had back in the back, 6 acres. And I was an excellent shot. And then Dad insisted that at 12 years old, he put me into the Boy Scouts, and I learned how to pitch tents and how to do all the things scouting could do, and I learned how to read maps, and I did all kinds. And when I would become a private in the Army, I guess I was a pretty darn good candidate.
Yeah, you didn't need the training.
I didn't need any training. I always pretty well trained.
Yeah.
But Mother taught me something that's done well with me. Years later, when I become a supervisor at Delco Remy, General Motors, she taught me to treat everybody the way I'd like to be treated, and that got me along real well. No matter where I was at, it seemed like that as long as I did that, that guy got along well with people.
What was your dad's name?
Everett.
Everett. Okay.
No middle name, just Everett Vinson. My dad had a thing happen that I've never figured out. Back in apparently in 1910, his mother, my grandmother, who I never met, got a divorce, and divorce was not heard of back in those days. And when he and his mother went over to Muncie, Indiana, to live with her sister, Tomlinson, Arella Tomlinson.
Okay.
She was caught in the 1919 influenzas that wiped out so many people here in the Anderson area, and she died. So I never got to meet her. She died years before I was born. But our roots have all been here in Anderson, and it's been, like I say, a great experience for me to be here all those years.
I lost my grandfather to that same epidemic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I never really knew him. So oh, I had a question. Do you remember the shipments of nitroglycerin? How he moved it?
No, I don't. They were moved by horse and wagon, and I wished many times I could go back and have him spin all the tales. There's so many questions I would like to have asked that I never asked. But you probably don't maybe realize this. You're younger, but when I was growing up as a boy, you were to be seen and not heard, and you didn't ask like, "Mother, how old are you?" In fact, I didn't know how old my mother was until she died, and I saw it on the tombstone.
Wow.
No one ever talked about their birthday except mine. We celebrated mine. The people have always said, "Well, you were spoiled," and yes, I guess I was spoiled. I had my mother and dad lived with my grandfather and grandmother Rothrock out there in Indiana, all during their lives. My grandfather, of course, gave things over to my dad, and we lived there, and I had, you might say, instant supervision by my grandmother, who was very strict and a very religious lady who I can only remember her back in those days. She died when I was 9 years old, but she seemed as if she read the Bible all the time. And we would sit there and she'd read the Bible to us, and I would learn about the Bible. But that's all I can remember about her, really. She was pretty that could eye on me, and she couldn't let me get very far out of her sight. Mother was always busy cooking, washing, sewing for the five of us, I guess. And Grandpa was always busy. He had two big red horses that scared me to death that he plowed with. He went around in the 30s and plowed everybody's backyards up. Beautiful grass and rock gardens, everything. They plowed them all up, and I had no idea. I'd go with him. I'd ask Mother, and then I'd ride with him up Indiana Avenue. I'd go clear up as far as Cross Street, and he'd plow up the backyards, and I couldn't understand why they were doing that, but I didn't realize the depression was on. So I was spoiled, and whenever we had my birthday, I always got a lot of presents, and but I did buy presents like baseballs, basketballs, things like that we could play with. The others not there. I was never one to have much presents just for myself. We enjoyed those things, and my mother would always fix me a chocolate cake and chili and milk, and I had to drink the milk. And this was a standard thing all my life. That's what I got for my birthday.
Yeah.
And when I married my wife back in 1944, in January the 31st, she has always fixed me chili and the chocolate cake and milk for my birthday. So I'm still spoiled, I guess, if that was being spoiled. But I was always underweight, believe it or not. Looking at me now, I was always on the thin side, and Mother was always trying to get me to eat more. And a lot of the boys in the neighborhood she'd bring in, and she'd get us at lunchtime and sit us down and fix all kinds of sandwiches and make me drink the milk, because she'd point out the other boys, see how they drink the milk, Teddy, and she called me Teddy. And I was little Teddy to everybody in North Anderson. I went back after the war one day, and I was out there, and somebody said, "Well, you're little Teddy Vinson." Well, I had grown up a little bit, but I fought the entire war at 132 pounds soaking wet.
Wow.
I think I carried more with ammunition and then my weapon, my pack, and my canteen, and I think it outweighed me. I'm not sure, but I was always on the thin side, and Mother always tried to get me to eat. I lost my mother when I lost my grandfather, who was so close to my mother in 1940 when I was 16, and my mother, she passed away in 1941, and I think that she worried about me. I remember so much because the hospital there, she was in the hospital on December the 7th. And then I was going to be in another 20 days, 21 days or so, I was going to be 18. And I've always thought that that contributed to the fact that she realized that I'd learned about girls now. I'd started to date, and my dad was always busy with the Masonic Order or with the Boy Scouts or the church. And we were leaving her pretty much alone after grandfather passed away. But I missed her so much during the last years here in Anderson before I went to the service.
So when exactly did she die?
She died on December the 22nd in 1941. But as I say, they didn't have all the medicines back then that they do now to help women with the problems, and so
it hit you all at once. A lot of major changes in
it
your life.
it was, and as I say, Dad and I alone, but we had a housekeeper come in, and I learned how to wash my own clothes if I needed to be. I could cook. I could do anything that needed to be done, so I got along pretty well. And Dad, of course, was busy at Del Carimi and his career out there as a plant manager, and we managed to get along pretty well together, I guess. We missed my mother though, because she took care of us all the time, and it's a challenge to lose someone that taking care of your washing, your ironing, your cooking, anything you needed to do. She was always there.
Where's she buried?
She's buried in West Maplewood.
Okay.
I was out there and decorated the graves here just a few days ago, and as I stood there, there was no one in that whole cemetery that I could see decorating, and I thought about it, and I looked around at the dates on the tombstones, and I realized that was several generations, and now that I'm reached my 78th year, those people out there have all passed away, and those families that I'm sure they've been scattered like the leaves throughout the country here, and no one's being buried. All the cemetery lots just about are filled over there in West Maplewood. My grandfather's there, and there are two small infants that died at birth. But it was just my mother and my grandfather, my grandmother.
You know, I still go over to Kokomo every Memorial Day to decorate my grandparents' graves because my dad can't do it now, and he's gone.
Yeah.
I hope my kids will carry on some of that.
Well, as I look around out there, we see so many names of people that I grew up with in North Anderson,
Yeah.
and I can recognize some of the names, and the families are there.
Where'd you go to school?
Well, no one knows where it's at, but I did my first 8 years of grade school and junior high school on Indiana Avenue at Mount Hope School.
Mount Hope School.
Mount Hope School, you tell that to people, of course, that's a long time ago. And when I got back from the war, they had apparently torn it down. But I somehow, I'm on the committee to have the reunion this coming September, and we have people there who are 96 and 97 years old that went there, because when we have a reunion, we let nobody that ever went there. So the youngest person that would be there this time would, the youngest person that possible that would be there would be the person. I was the last class. I always said they tore the school down when I left. The last class was 1938, and I was in the class that went to Anderson High School and became an old Indian. But
Where was that located on Indiana Avenue?
do you know where the if you have to visualize where the Big Four Railroad sweeps in over to the north and east and goes from the Pennsylvania Railroad, some sweeping in, and they cross, and guess where they cross?
Across where the school was?
Cross street.
Cross street. Oh, really?
That's why they called it cross street, because those two, that the Big Four Railroad,
Oh, I didn't know that.
very few people know all that I know. I'm so old anymore. I know all these things, but that's why they just cross street goes right across. When you go across cross street, if you look, you'll see where they two railroads, they tore one up, but they used to cross there. And I grew up down that would be about equivalent of 5 blocks down where our house was, and Mount Hope School was down 1 block and a half from Vineyard Street, which goes across the back of the Anderson Country Club.
Yeah.
You come down from that Vineyard Street, you come down about 1.5 blocks, and over on the east side, with property running clear back to toward the Pennsylvania Railroad track, there's where it was. Where I was born and reared in on Indiana Avenue, it cut through our property to separate us from the Big Four. So we always had the railroad track running up and down behind our property, and I watched all the big trains go
Well,
by
that'd be
there.
fun for a kid.
Yes, it was, and then over on the other down, which would be approximately 2 blocks due east, was the Pennsylvania. So I was really between two big railroad tracks, and you could hear the Pennsylvania. They would blow for the crossing, and then they would turn off the steam, and it would quit making noise, and it would whistle down into Anderson to pull in down there by the old tunnel, the old station at Anderson, and it was like a ghost. It would go whistling in there at 70 miles an hour when it passed by over there, where I lived, and the Big Four would come in, and it would have to stop a lot of times because the lights were behind the big lights that control the traffic going down across the bridge across White River. It crossed White River down to First Street.
Okay.
And down toward First Street and Second Street, and then Third Street, the First Street that crossed the road tracks down here. But that was the 2 railroad tracks that crossed street.
Huh.
That's good.
I always thought they named it that because everybody was cranky on it.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
no. They had a huge blockhouse that was probably at least as big as this room here. It was probably 12 by 12, and had all these big levers. It must have had 1,000 levers, it looked like, over here. And I knew the man who operated that, and it was his job to stand there and pull these at the right times, and to get the lights and everybody so they wouldn't have the 2 trains hit each other when they came in.
You remember his name?
Hilligoss. Lloyd Hilligoss.
Okay.
And he lived at the entrance to the Shady Side Park. I watched him build Shady Side Park.
Did you?
Yes, I watched him put all those stones, and I wouldn't want to bring up anything, but the grotto never did have a bear in it. But they've argued that in Anderson for years. I know the true story about that. They're mixed up with Zoo Island Park. Zoo Island Park. Do you know where Zoo Island Park?
I don't.
Zoo Island Park is out there where Myers Gravel Pit tore up all that area out there. As you go down on the scatter field and start veering toward the northwest, down where the Killbuck the crossing is at, directly between the Killbuck River and what used to be Alexander Pike. It goes past the Maplewood, the West Maplewood Cemetery.
Right.
That's Alexander Pike. Goes all the way up to Alexandria, and or at least it cuts off now, but it bordered that, and they had a huge gravel pit out there, and that water was the coldest water in the world. You froze to death. It was built at the springs underneath it, and it was a big gravel pit, but they put the first slide I'd ever seen, with these tall slides. I was small, but it looked like it must have been 100 feet high. But that back there, they had a big roadway that went clear back into where the Mars gravel people have scarfed it off. It went clear back the back and circled back, way back behind Boca Real, and circled back where Boca Real was, the little golf course, circled back around, and they had caves where they had bears, and they had lions, and they had elk, and they had deer, and they had a tiger, and they had some monkeys, and pretty much a pretty good sized zoo, and people camped. You go out there and you had your you'd camp out there and have picnics and various things.
I didn't know that.
Well, it was growing up out North Anderson was interesting, and all those things happened. You mentioned the railroad track was fun to have a railroad track. I never went back and would shoot BB guns at them or anything like that. Never shot a gun at anybody till the war, and but some of the other kids would throw rocks and things at the train. There was a thing that I didn't understand as a boy growing up, and I was, like I said, it was my years there. But when I was about 9 to about 13 years old, when the Depression was on, it had hundreds of people ride the train, and they were on top of the train, and the train would stop, but we had to make a stop before they couldn't get down across the bridge, going into the complex down there by 8th Street. They had all kinds of train yards down there. The tracks must have been triple tracks down there, and they would stop, and these, I guess we referred sometimes to them as bums. That was the term was used. They bums riding the railroad track. Yeah. They're bumming a ride, I guess, maybe what is the term. And they would come up to the house and want to have a handout for. My mother would always give them something to eat, but Grandpa always gave them something to do, like cut the grass, or he had them trim the bushes or do something. But Grandpa always gave them a job to do, and they must have marked their fence back there, the back, because they'd drag it off the train 3 and 4 at a time, and then they'd come up, and only 1 or 2 at a time, and then they'd take turns, but going back. But I never did understand that till I got to be older, and I realized that the Depression was on, and people didn't have jobs. But growing up, that was the thing. Now, they didn't ride the train on coming in, because the Pennsylvania was more of the passenger trains, it seemed like, and they didn't get off over there as much. But trains were a big part of my growing up.
So, through 8th grade, so you went to high school in Anderson?
Yes, I went down there in September of 1938. I went down as a freshman, and but I didn't get to go to Anderson High School, the big building where the wigwam was. And because the freshmen in the technical course and the apprentice course, pre-apprentice courses, were taking any kind of a technical training, you went over to Main Street. The Main Street School was built over there where Sears Roebuck's took on, and where their library is at the present time. And we had to go over there the first year, and it was a big thing for us then to go over and take gym over at the big school.
Yeah.
But then the second year, well, of course, I was a sophomore, and I went over and I did my final 3 years over there. And
any chance you know Jay Clark?
Clark. I don't ring a bell.
He was in the Marine Corps in World War II. He went to he and his brother or brothers, I can't remember how many in the family there, all went to Main Street School.
We had quite a few of the fellas that actually, they never got past about this sophomore year, actually, in my class. We had a big class. We had 484 graduates, finally. It was the biggest class ever, the class of 42. And a lot of the fellows went to service when they turned 17 or so. They got in the Navy or various things. And it was interesting to me in a way that I'd say that we had so many young men who didn't go to war in my class, but who went to Delcoremy or Guy Lamp, who went directly and become valuable. And then when the time come, they were exempt from serving. I knew practically, it seemed like half of the engineering staff I went to school with at Delcoremy when I came back in 1948. They still were over there, and they really had worked as engineers, draftsmen, and so forth, doing jobs and in skilled trades and things like that they needed for the war effort. And we only had, as I recall, 2 people in my large class. You would think, in the height of the war, you would have thought we would had more young men killed in my class, but we didn't. We only had 2. And one of those was a kind of a fluke because he died from an airplane crash here in Anderson, maybe showing off to his girlfriend, who knows. And the other one was sank on the Indianapolis. It sank on the Indianapolis when it went down. He married one of the girls in our class.
Do you remember their names?
Durgan. She married. It was Tom.
I mean, the 2 who died.
No, I don't. I'm trying. I don't remember. The one. He had left the Air Corps, and I didn't get to know him. I was in the technical course, getting ready to go to engineering at Purdue, and the other men were not in. The young men were not in my classes, although I knew most of the fellows. And incidentally, we are having our 60th reunion this October the 5th at Anderson Country Club here in Anderson, and I'm on the committee, that also. We're thinning out pretty fast, though, I'm afraid. We did real well, though, that, as I say, we were marching down the gymnasium floor with our caps and gowns on. The Battle of Midway was going on.
Oh, really?
And it never dawned on me that was such a crucial point in the war. It could have changed the entire outlook of the way the war went had we lost the Battle of Midway, because, as I say, that was the end of the great threat of the Japanese carriers.
An incredible turning point.
It was.
It could have gone either way.
That's right, and when you look back, it had some very unusual turns, that battle, and I'm not a student of it. It's such a complicated battle, but I've seen it and read about it, and they've made several different picture shows about it, but they don't really. I don't think they don't like to talk about fate. I'm not a fatalist, but it bothers me sometimes how some things can happen that you can't explain. I guess I thought when I got to be this old I would understand everything, but it seems that the older I get, the less I understand. I'm afraid that's something that happens to me.
Now we see through a dark glass, and then we will see face to face.
I suppose that's true.
It's interesting things that we might learn later.
Yes, I guess that I picked up a lot of trivia over the years that when I go back and think about my career in the service, that I can understand now that I didn't have any idea at that time. the whole concept of the war certainly didn't touch Anderson that much. We seemed like Anderson was was pretty busy during the early parts of the war, and being here in the middle of the United States. Although I guess that they said we were 11th target here because of our industrial complex at General Motors. If somebody could have ever bombed us over here, that was pretty far-fetched. Anybody thinking we could be bombed with a V-bomb or anything like that.
Do you recall how old you were, or perhaps what class you were in when you finally realized that, hey, a war's coming and I'm probably going to be in it?
Oh, I don't really. I can't really say, Don, that I know that. I've thought about it, but I was just still a teenager, and somehow that the idea of being in the war. And I went to Purdue University, and up there when I graduated, I was also the class valedictorian. I'd mentioned that. I graded as an honor society. I had excellent grades. I never had any problem with that. I studied hard, so Purdue didn't seem to be going to be any challenge for me. And I went there on August the 28th of 1942, and I have to say that when my dad and my stepmother to be, she wasn't then, but when they dropped me off there at Purdue, that is about the first time I think I was ever alone.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I never did sleep more than 10 or 15 feet from my mother.
Yeah.
And I remember when I went to Boy Scout camp when I was 12 years old in 1935, Mother, they dropped me off on Sunday, and Dad had to fight her not to get her out there, but she made it till Tuesday. My mother looked over me pretty close, but I'd never spent really a day away from, since I had no relatives.
Right.
No aunts or uncles to speak of, her cousin or like that, and I was never alone. But when they pulled away in the car and left me there to West Lafayette at this boarding house, there were 6 other fellows there who were going to share the bathroom with in this one room, and they'd help me move my stuff upstairs, and that was the first time that it dawned on me that this was part of growing up, I guess. But the war, no. I went on to the orientations and everything, and then in October, we had to take ROTC because it was a land grant school. Indiana was the same way. They had infantry in Indiana. We had artillery at Purdue, and then the artillery at Purdue, we had a uniform. And they had the red markings of that, and the hat had the red piping, and the infantry was blue piping down at Indiana. Those are the colors, and so we were part of the ROTC and the artillery, and they had old French 75s from World War I that we were first trained on, and it was kind of nice to play soldier, but we did learn how to polish buttons and polish our shoes, and show up on time and do all those things. And in October the 25th or so, my dad said he talked to a major who had left Purdue University and went to active duty, and he suggested I enlist in the reserve, in the enlisted reserve corps, because then I could finish whatever semester I was in and not lose that. To have a half semester and after Purdue, after you spent all the money and that time, you have to go back, even though 3 years later, it would have ruined the cycle that you'd been in. And I enlisted on October, I think it was the 28th of 19, I became a soldier if I was 19 years old. 18 years old. I was still 18, and that's by enlisted. Incidentally, that by being an enlisted man, I got treated a little bit different than draftees, all the way through my early career. I always wondered about that, but I hadn't thought about it. But it seemed like that the sergeant, they could tell by your serial number when you called your serial number out. When I'd call out 153-12450, sir, they knew that I was an enlistee. Whereas if you were a draftee, you started with 3, I think it was, from the area you came from, or the Indiana, or wherever you around the states. But it was interesting, and I guess I still didn't think about being a soldier, but I managed to get through the Christmas semester, and I started, and we made it through to the May the 15th of 1943, when they called the reserve up, and I had to go to war. Maybe at that time it began to dawn on me that I was going to be a soldier, but up to that time, the war still seemed a long way away.
Yeah, didn't seem real to you.
Didn't.
Okay, that's it. Well, Ted, you now join the Army. You were a real life soldier. Where'd they send you?
Well, we left Indianapolis from Fort Benjamin Harrison, and we trained trained all the way over to North Carolina. We didn't really know for sure, but they never told you anything. And we got on the train and we took off for Fort Bragg at that's the United States' largest field artillery training center. Fort Bragg was in North Carolina, and it was just a big bunch of sand out there and nowhere. They always called it God's country. The old joke was that the only place people could claim would be God. It was really seemed like it was barren from anything except pine trees and needles. We coming from Indiana, where we have the beautiful trees, that was a new ball game.
So there wasn't much to brag about at Fort Bragg.
No, there wasn't anything, and that was we had at the training center. They had all the different artillery pieces there. The 155 millimeter short barrel howitzers. They had the gun, the 105 gun. They had the 240 millimeter large gun, the 10-inch gun, as the Navy would call it, and they put me with a group of the 155 millimeter rifles. They were the big long toms. You could fire 20 miles, up to 20 miles.
So, were you in CAM company?
Pardon?
Which company were you in?
Well, I was in the. It was the. We were just in the. I was in the fourth. There was a third battery, and I'm not even sure what company it was in. It was a training company,
yeah.
And we would train on out there and on these large guns. They weighed 15 tons, and the tractor that pulled them was 15 tons. And I was one of the thinnest fellas. They had a bunch of big guys from Oklahoma football team that they'd taken ROTC in the cavalry, and they were big men. And the trail spades were about they had put two trail spades on. They were about 36 inches by 24, and they were on the trail on the trails that fan out. And then the body spades were about 3.5 feet, and they were a couple of feet, and you had to crawl underneath the gun and you pull it into place. It was off the ground about, I'd say, no more than 15 inches, and I was the smallest one of that, so I could crawl underneath there and dig the hole to put the body spade in. Yeah. And then the big guys would carry the body spade over, which weighed probably 120 pounds or better, and they'd slide under there to me, and I had to maneuver it around, and then get out of the hole, and we cranked down the big 15-ton rifle to squat down onto the spades before you would get ready to fire it.
Okay, now the spades are what now?
The spade is what holds the body in the ground when it fires, so it backs up and it don't jump backwards.
Okay. Okay.
And they've got, even though the gun recoils about 4 feet when it fires, the tube that they call them tube, you don't call it a barrel, but the tube is about, as I recall, the tube is something like 22 feet long.
Okay.
And the muzzle, of course, is 6 inches. It's a 6-inch gun for the Navy men, but it's 155 millimeters in diameter. Fires a 95-pound shell, and it takes 2 fellows to carry it up there on a tray. And of course, you had to learn how to do all the different jobs. But I'd been a gunner at on the 105 howitzers at Purdue, and had a certificate to show it. And I had it, and I probably should never show it to anybody, because that and probably 15 cents might have got me a drink of Coca-Cola or something at the PX. But it was an experience to be on a big gun like that. The worst thing that happened when they tried to teach us all how to drive a tractor. The 15-ton big TD-18 tractors and Caterpillars they had, you got up on them, and you must have been up in the air about 10 feet in the air, sitting up there, and he had these two big levers. And they had to start them up with a Briggs Stratton little pony engine. You get the engine started, the little engine going, and then you would throw it in gear, and it would start the huge diesel engine that for the tractor. Well, that's all well and good. You turn off the ignition for the Briggs Stratton, and then when you were ready, they'd all give you the hand signal, and you take off. Well, we would go out in a convoy to practice driving these tractors, and I had never driven a vehicle in my life. We'll get to that later on. We drove on down the road, and we're doing just fine. And the top speed of the 15-ton tractor was about 4 miles an hour, and that's why the artillery marched at 4 miles an hour. And that's a thrill to have to march 4 miles an hour with the guns at 4 miles an hour. And that's not real fast, but when you're on a 15-ton tractor, it seemed like you are going pretty fast. Well, we went, the first time we drove them down and out of the edge of the camp, and down a long slope going down to a small creek that had a bridge across it. And as we're going down the hill, I noticed as it was tracking and over just fine. I was following it down, and it looked like the thing was moving a little bit off the side, and it fell off about 20 feet off to the other side of this as this would build up, and it starts going over to the right. Well, when you want it to go to the left, you pull the left side, right? No, but I pulled the left side, and we started going faster to the right. And we kept going faster, and I'm going to go off that side, and that had nothing else to do. I reached over and pulled the right, and it straightened it back up again. Well, as soon as we got up the hill on the other side, and we parked them, and I got off, I jumped off the seat and went over there and yelling at the sergeant, Sergeant, there's something wrong. As I was going down the hill, it almost run off, because when I pulled to the left, it went to right. Oh, he said, I forgot to tell you, when you're going downhill, it steers opposite. Well, I did grow up a little bit at that point. I guess if I'd thought as a pseudo engineer in the training that the tracks were merely that they were going faster on one side than the other, but that was a thrill. I never did drive a tractor again, I guess, but that was the first time I'd ever got to drive a vehicle. But we fired the big guns once, and that was our training, and that was experience when the ground shook and dust flew and everything else, to fire a big gun like that. And I have to say that at 132 pounds, when I had to lift my share of that 95-pound shell up in the air and hold it up there as they took the big ramrod and rammed it in place, that took all my strength that I had. I was never known to be a great weightlifter, but when you lift a tray and your 45 pounds of one side, that was a that was a chore for a small man. These big football players who were all taller than you. The only time it worked out good when we worked out on the telephone poles. That was part of the weight training or the physical training. They had telephone poles that were probably about, I'd say, 25 feet long, and they were about, I'd say near 10 to 12 inches in diameter, and we would line up on those telephone poles, and then we would all bend over, one on either side, and as we got along there, they would be about a squad of us, which would be about 9 on the side, and we'd lift it up. Well, when these big guys would lift it up, I had no problem because I couldn't lift it that far as they could lift it. So it worked out good. I didn't have to lift my share of that pole, but these big football players, they'd raise it clear up high, and my hands, I was just touching it to show the sergeant I wasn't shirking the duty. Yeah, that, as I say, being small got me in trouble. Not small, but at 5'8" 3/4", I was exactly the average height of the soldier in World War II. I learned that years later.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I only weighed 132 pounds when I fought the war.
Yeah, I can't imagine you on the other side of the 95-pound tray.
Well, that's a thrill to pick it up and to hold the tray up in the air as they rammed it into that large gun.
Yeah, what is a firing order? Okay, you're starting from scratch. You've got the gun set up. You're ready to fire it.
Well, the tube is laying down more of a horizontal position.
Okay.
You raise it up, and the two guys on the big ramrod, which is about 10 foot long, you home ram, and they ram the shell up into there. Then the powder
it comes in from the back of the gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
The breech swings open.
Okay.
And the men from the other pit on the other side, where the shells are on one side, and you carry the shell up to it, they come up with the powder bags. The powder bags, of course, were 6 inches in diameter, and they had the one charge was for up to 10 miles, and then they had another charge. You wanted to fire it over 10 miles, you put that in, and then they rammed they shoved those up. Big cotton bags full of powder, shoved them. You turned in and locked it in place, and then when I was the gunner on it, I would get the line up on the two poles we had in different directions. I'd line the poles up in the sights to get that would get the correct azimuth. Then the fellow would run up with the quadrant. He would put on there, and I would crank it on up. Have to with both hands on it and crank the gun up to the angle, and when he hit the bubble with the beat right, then you had the right up, and if I had the thing on the target here, then you got away from went out and hid there and held your ears and put your head down under your helmet, and the sergeant would hold his arm in the air, and when they yelled fire, he'd yank the lanyard and fire off the cap that was at the end of the inserted. He would insert the cap in the breech, and that was how it fired the gun. And when it went off, it's like nothing you ever heard of. It swirled. You could see the shell go. Actually, you could see the back of the shell as it went out way up there. And if you looked, and it was an experience to see. But the ground shook. The dust came off about a foot off the ground everywhere, and it was the first time we fired the shell. A dog had followed us in from. We marched in from the trucks. The dog had followed us in to the range, and we kept shooing him away. The sergeant kept running him off. The boys would get bringing him back, and they didn't know why the sergeant was being so mean to this dog. Just an old hound dog. He followed us all the way down there, and he was standing out there, I'd say 15 feet behind the large gun. When that went off, he didn't know. He went flat. His legs went. He laid out flat. I always, as I say, when the gun goes off, all the air in the whole area is compressed and shoves you down against the ground.
Okay.
I was trying to peek the first time and rammed my nose clear into that sand, and it didn't break it, but it smarted for a while. But I was so anxious to see what was going on.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm not friendly.
Okay.
That's okay.
It's all right. Go ahead.
No.
It's all right.
But I've got to terrible back. And
She sprained herself.
And whenever I move, it
That's,
so you come back some other time when I'm in a better mood.
I hope it heals up quickly. That's
Well,
nothing
well,
much more miserable than that.
I went to the doctor. He gave me a relaxer, and I'm not sure that they're not making me sick.
Oh.
I don't know, but you didn't sound like you were at war here. You sounded like you were having a party.
Well, that's pretty much what it is.
All righty.
All right. It's nice to meet you, though. All right, so
But anyway, it's an experience to fire a big gun like that. And as I say, we only fired really one round. We practiced fired so many times, but we never did fire. But we had the dummy shells we could put in, and could get those out. But once you ever get a live shell in there, you had a problem. You weren't going to go down there with the fuse in the end of it and ram it out from the other end.
no.
What about the dog? It went laid flat, but did it come back?
The dog didn't know, I'm sure, what happened. It was a complete state of shock. He just stood there and shook like a leaf, but for about 4 or 5 minutes. But the poor dog, the dust all came up. The dog went as flat on the ground as you could have mashed it down there, and it didn't hurt the dog. He shook it off, but it's not the play. You need to be in a pit down there and at least ground level when you fire that. The sergeant, of course, he knew where to stand over to the side with the lanyard, so he knew what he was doing. But
So let's see now. The gun was up here, and there was a pit around it, and you got down into the pit.
no, we were back about 20 feet back.
About 20 feet
We
back.
had to dig a pit, probably about 5 by 5, and we had the shells back here.
Okay.
That's where you kept the shells. And then over about 40 feet that over there, you had the powder. You didn't keep the powder and the shells at the same spot.
Yeah.
Not that, but if they blew up, you didn't want the powder blew up. You didn't want the shells blow up, and vice versa, I guess. But you never think about that. But until you went up and had the fuse screwed on the front end of the shell and ram it home up into the lands of it, and then put the powder in. And of course, you were at an angle, and you had to crank the big gun up to wherever you were going to hit it, to 9 miles, 10 miles, or 15 miles, where you're firing it at. And theoretically, if you had the azimuth right, if I as a gunner, if I had cranked around and got the tube in the right direction, I mean over this way, I'd move the tube over on this, and then I'd land over there on the other stake, the 2 different stakes, aiming stakes. Then the man would put the azimuth on there with it had the angle to the degree you wanted it, and then it had the level. When you get the level, the right spot when he set it, he had to set it. Then you were all set, and you had the right. Theoretically, it was going to land somewhere. And back at Purdue, we studied on how the random shells would land in an oval shape. They don't all land on the same hole,
Yeah.
because every time you fire the gun does jerk and move a little bit until it finally gets in place. On these spades, as I say, these spades are large, and they dug into the ground, and you better have them in the good, because if you didn't, it would completely upset the gun.
That wouldn't be good.
But the gun weighed 15 tons, and once you got the 15 tons on the ground, and the spades buried in place, because they went on down into the ground, and they did mention the fact that getting them out that was another problem, but to get them out, because once they had been buried down, they went on down another 6 or 8 inches, and they were heavy, and that I could get them in pretty good. When I'd crawl under there, and they would be back there ready to jack it down. 2 guys would have to crank on both sides to level the whole platform that held the large tube. But it was interesting. But I almost become an artilleryman, I guess.
So when you fired the gun, did you change with each round, did you change the elevation or
Yes, you
position of
you
the
had to
gun?
go back and then redo it
You
each
had to
time.
bring it back down and.
You had to lower it back down, and then then the gunner would have to correct in case there would be off the aiming stakes a little
Okay.
bit. But you had to do it each time. You had to do it.
But you'd reset it to the same position.
Or if they'd call in and they'd yell 100 to the left or something, and then 100 they'd get back, and then you would have to to change that he would tell you what to do, and then if you were off to the right or the left, you had to adjust that, had to set that on the as a gunner had to set his sight, had to change the sight to adjust it to 10 degrees or whatever. But they figured that out back, and they'd call into you on your radio and the sergeant, they'd tell you that you were short or long, and that was a big problem. That I know that they've talked about friendly fire.
Right.
When artillery fires the first rounds, they don't know for sure where they're going to go exactly. We used to, you see, each when I after my career in the artillery ended, I carried all that knowledge with me into the infantry, and in the infantry we had a cannon company. They were a little short barreled gun that was only about 6 feet long, and it fired a 75 millimeter shell, and they couldn't do much damage, but they could scare the heck out of people. But they quit that infantry, quit those guns. They did all we could do. We'd always go in and blow the church steeples down with them. That was the first thing you wanted to do. We did
Take out the snipers.
That's right, and the observation, because that's where they were observing you, with their artillery fire. But when you were up in the front, and the artillery is firing the first rounds, that could be a scary time for friendly fire, if you want to talk about friendly fire. And but they're usually that you got to correct it pretty fast. But a lot of people talk about friendly fire that don't really know much about it.
Right.
That is, the news people on the televisions and everything.
Did you ever get in a friendly fire situation where you may have caused some of that? Or?
No, I didn't, because I say I got picked up in because of my college background and my scores on my IQ and everything. They decided they needed engineers, and they sent us all to ASTP. And so we got almost all of the boys from Purdue that I went with. Almost all of us went to the Army Specialized Training Program, and we left there in. We were in the artillery down there through the month of June, July, and in August we eventually went to North Carolina State College, and we were shipped there. And as I say, there were 5 of us from Indiana and Purdue that I had known, and there was usually actually a couple more from Richmond, Indiana, that I didn't know, and so there was quite a contingent from Indiana boys going to Purdue University that we all ended up in the ASTP at North Carolina State College at Raleigh, North Carolina. And we took engineering, took many of the courses that we'd already had at Purdue, and it was really kind of a good time. We were all just a bunch of 19, 20-year-old boys growing up, and we were still raw college, and the Air Corps was down there in training, and it was a rivalry between us and the Air Corps, and who could yell at each other, shout at each other as they marched by. And we took classes until the Army, in its wisdom, decided that they needed infantrymen more than they needed engineers. And so they disbanded almost all the training programs around the United States, and sent them to infantry divisions throughout the United States. And that's when I left North Carolina State College and went to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, Fort Jackson, Columbia, South Carolina. And at this point, I ended up in the Ammunition and Pioneer Platoon. I had thought that that was a better idea than becoming a rifleman. So a rifleman spent his time in a foxhole, I heard. So I did no choice with that. But I got in the 3rd Battalion of the 346th Infantry. And one morning in April, about a month after I got there, we fell out, and kind of the turning point, or at least you might say it was a interesting turning point in my Army career occurred. The first sergeant said that they're going to activate our regiment and make a combat division. We'd been a training division apparently before that, where they trained and then sent those out all through the other places, shipped them to Europe and various places. And they were going to make a combat division, so they needed the strength, and that they needed to have some people to drive the vehicles for the battalion. And they said, anybody that can drive a vehicle, step forward 2 paces. Well, there were only about 15 or 16 privates there in the 3rd Battalion Infantry,
Yeah.
and I just stood still. The sergeant said, "Vinson," and looked at me, and I said, "Sergeant, I can't shift gears. I never drove a car in my life." He said, "Get out here." And I stepped forward 2 paces, and I become a Jeep driver. It moved me to the position where they took me down there, and after taking me out in the big open field with ruts and tree stumps, the corporal from L Company was patient with me, and he taught me how to shift 12 gears. The Jeep has 12 gears, not only 4. But I couldn't even shift 4, but he got me so I could pretty much handle it. And after quite a bit of practice, I got to the place that I was accepted as a driver, and I learned I was the INR, the Intelligence and Reconnaissance. And this sounded interesting. It was. I got to drive that battalion, in this battalion. I got to drive this. There were 7 of us, sergeant and 6 privates, and we got to drive all over the countryside, and we would infiltrate at night time and raise Cain with the other sister regiments, and throw smoke bombs in their tents and do all kinds of fun things, and they got everybody mad at us, but it was part of our training, and it was fun, and it was all nice. It never dawned on me at that time that one day they aren't going to be very happy if I get over there against the Germans and they catch me doing that sort of thing. I got caught, of course, each time we'd go into their camp and acting like we were recruits just coming in. And then we would throw a smoke bomb in the lieutenant's tent. That didn't go over very good.
Probably.
And I'm sure that it wouldn't have went well with the Germans had we been caught doing something like that. At any rate, it was fun in a way. And the training, the great training in the infantry was like this. And I'm not trying to be critical of training, because if you ask me how to train a soldier today, now with all my wisdom of another 60 years, I don't think I could tell you how. But let me explain that they took you out to a rifle range and gave you 2 clips of 4 rounds each for your rifle, and you fired at 200 yards, then you fired at 300 yards, and then you fired at 500 yards at a 10-inch target. And I almost got in trouble at 500 yards because I put the first 5 bullets in the bullseye. And the major came down from up above, and he walked over and he said, sergeant. The sergeant jumped up and saluted him and said, mark the private's target. And he called down on the phone, and the target went down, and up came up with white spots, 5 white spots in the 4 o'clock area on the 10-inch bullseye at 500 yards. And he said, what's your name, son? I give him Vinson, Theodore F. 153-12450, sir. And he writes it down and moves back to his perch as head of the range there watching it. And the sergeant cuts down as I'm adjusting my sling to fire again. He said, you better miss a few, son, if you don't want to be in the sniper's corps. And I didn't want to do that. That was all. I was showing off there a little bit. Well, it ended up that they took me then to the pits, and we all got to throw one hand grenade. It was a small charge hand grenade, but it did kind of make a big boom when you threw it out there about 30, 40 feet. And then they took us down and we fired one rifle grenade at a cardboard tank at about 200 yards away. And then we went over and run through a plywood village and had explosions going off all around, blowing dirt on you. And you fired at 8 rounds with your rifle at silhouette targets that would pop up from in the windows. Then they went over and you took your clothes off and got into some old fatigues, and you crawled in mud under barbed wire with explosions going off, and then you got on a rope ladder that went across you had to get across a 15-foot water hazard where they were blowing the water all over you, and then you ran to some fire that was burning, and then you climbed up a rope ladder and to a 15-foot tower, jumped off into a pile of sawdust, and you were an infantryman.
That was it.
That was the end of the training of that. That's all there was.
Kind of like going through a car wash.
Well, yeah, we went back, of course, but our clothes got showered and went back. But that was the extent of infantry training. Wow. Now, we had to go for a 20-mile march, full field pack, full canteen, and weapons. And if we did that properly, we got another. Coincidentally, I'd been in the service 1 year, and I got $4 for that, for being a PFC. And then I said if anybody completed a 20-mile march and didn't fall out, had to be picked up by the meat wagon behind there, you got yourself $5 more to become an expert infantryman.
Wow.
Well, that sounded okay, and we marched out at 11 o'clock one hot night, and we marched and sweat and strained, and they had a funny course there that I never did figure out. It was 20 miles all uphill. But how that they got us back to camp, I don't remember how we got back to camp, because surely they must have tilted it as we got out there 10 miles out, so we walked downhill, but I don't remember going downhill. It seemed to me we walked uphill slightly all the way. But I know it's impossible, but it seemed that way. So we marched in at right in 8 hours. We took 8 hours to do it. 7 o'clock in the morning, and the regimental band played for us, and we got into step, and we marched in real proud on Sunday morning that we had completed our expert rifleman badge and got our $5, and that made us feel good because you had an accomplishment. But incidentally, I'd say 550 members of the 3rd Battalion, I doubt seriously if 45% of them finished the march. But the sergeants didn't go, and the lieutenant, none of the officers went, because they apparently had either made so much money they didn't need the $5 more, but they never did wear the expert infantry. But it was a prize for us before we went ahead and we shipped overseas, and they got our combat infantry, which gave us $10 more, and that brought you up to from $59, you could get $69 a month to get yourself shot overseas. But anyway, that's the way it was. And it was that interesting to be in the infantry. I was fortunate the fact that part of my duties I learned was that I drove the S2, the lieutenant, who was the intelligence officer for the battalion.
Okay.
And this meant that I did get to see the war from a little bit different perspective than a man who was laying on the ground in the foxhole waiting to attack pillboxes and so forth. I got to watch it, you might say, a little bit more from a safer area, which wasn't always at the safe, but at least it was better than being
You were a stationary target.
stationary target.
Yeah. I'm curious about the silhouettes. I know in the police academy, they'll have silhouettes pop up, and it'll be good guys, bad guys, and you have to make a quick decision as to whether or not it's a good guy or a bad guy. All the silhouettes that popped up, were they all considered enemies, or did you have some that popped up that were some of our own guys, and you had to make that distinction?
No, that they were just silhouettes, and at that time we were just basic infantrymen. I will say this, that, and I don't mean to be blasé about it, but when we went through later on, when we were attacking small towns, and we didn't attack my battalion, and our regiment, in fact, didn't attack big towns. Patton decided that when we joined Patton's army, we shot anybody that moved. So you never did want to come running out the doorway or stick your head out the window. Had no silhouettes. You were any time that you saw anybody move, you shot at them. Yeah. And that's just the way it was. But our training, this training I mentioned that we had, it ended on the 24th, I believe, of October, and we went to New Jersey to the camp there, Kilmer, and from there we got on board the world's largest ocean-going vessel, the Queen Elizabeth.
Now, was this, what year was this now? 43 or 44?
This was 1944.
4. Okay.
And we went across the ocean in almost record time. We zigzagged. I didn't know it at the time, but the Queen Elizabeth could outrun any submarine, in fact, any vessel in the Navy. The destroyer couldn't keep up with it. In fact, it was that fast.
That's fast.
And we zigzagged all the way across to Scotland, up to the estuary there, where we got off at Glasgow estuary, and that's where all my buddies got moved on down by train, and I was sent over with the motor pool group, and we picked up brand new vehicles. I picked up a Willys Jeep that had 5 miles on it.
Wow.
And it was brand new, off the assembly lines over here, I guess. And I drove it down to Congleton, England, which was about 20 miles to the south and east from Liverpool, in the middle of England. And we were issued then brand new weapons in Cosmoline, and we had to clean all our weapons off and get them ready. We never did fire them though, and never did any practicing with them, and you used to assume they would fire when the time came. So everybody got a new weapon, and you had to assume that the expertise of the people that made them were going to make them fire.
I think I'd like to know beforehand.
Well, but you couldn't very well go shooting around England. I don't ever remember any one of us ever digging a hole or anything in England. We never dug anything. We marched around a little bit, and we just sort of practice our radio equipment with the radio, checking our radios out, and we drove around there, and the time came that they put us on alert, and we went down to the port down there at Southampton, I guess it was, and got on LST, and we backed our vehicles on there and then anchored them down with hooks and chains and ropes, and got to be dark, and we took off for wherever we were going to go. We didn't know at the time, and we were given a bunk to sleep in, and then we were told it was time to eat, and we went down, and they gave us most fantastic food we'd ever eaten. The food on board the Queen Elizabeth was the most ridiculous food I'd ever eaten in my life. It was, you couldn't hardly call it food. That was they called it, everybody referred to them as the limeys that didn't know how to even make coffee.
I've heard the British food was pretty bad.
But it was terrible. But we got on board the LST, and then they served us. And as we went through the line, they threw a great big T-bone steak on us and said, "Son, do you want two?" And we went down there, and they gave us mashed potatoes, big blob of mashed potatoes. Said, "You want more?" These nice-looking young Navy men with the white shirts and their white caps on, and looked spotless. And they put down the peas on there, and they would say, "You want more?" And they got down to the ice cream, and they put you want a big block of ice cream. "You want two, son?" And they had a piece of apple pie. And as we walked over to sit down, and I was eating it, I was doing real well till I realized that I think they may have like they're feeding us the Last Supper. But that came to me at that moment. I laid there and thought, well, at least our stomachs are full. And the next morning we woke up, and after a lot of fiddling around, we went ashore in the afternoon, and they opened the huge doors of that. The doors were as big as this room here, and the man over there, he gave us a signal to rev up the engines of our vehicles, and then he pointed, and I wanted to say, "Are you kidding?" Because I thought he let us out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, or the Channel, but we really wasn't that far away, I don't think, but it sure looked like a long way over there and like a lot of water. So we took off, and the water came up kind of high, but we got ashore all right. And we sat.
And you've landed. Do you know exactly where you landed?
You know, we never did. We never did know where we were. All the time that we were in Europe, no one ever told us where we were. And if you weren't a student of geography, I suppose that I knew that Le Havre was in France, and somebody said we were in Le Havre, and Le Havre, of course, is about I guess about 25 to 30 miles from the Omaha Beach. It's north, and they had cleaned the Havre out, and we went on into to a small village, passed through it, and went out into a large field, and there was a couple of German tanks that had been burned out there, and we had no idea where we were, other than the fact that we apparently had landed at Le Havre. It started to snow that night, and we were. I don't think I'd ever spent a more miserable night in my whole life. It was between the being cold and snowing, and the fact that we even tried to put the side curtains up. My assistant driver and I, on the Jeep, they had side curtains, but we were never even supposed to use them. But we tried to. I slept behind the wheel, and he crawled up in the back of the seat of the Jeep, and we spent the night there. Next morning, we went went looking for what was going on. We walked down, and no one seemed to know too much that we were going to move out, though. And so far that nobody had talked about giving us anything to eat, which really didn't matter, I guess, because we were excited, I guess, and it didn't matter. But we drove and drove and drove and drove, and I don't really know. I didn't know at the time where we were. But where we were going into a route that was going toward Reims, France, which was slightly north and a little bit east of Paris. We never did see Reims, but that I'm saying later on, by following the map I have on the wall over there, I could see we missed Paris and we missed Reims slightly on our trip over there, which was about 180 miles when we ended up at Metz, France. Patton's, we joined, at that time we learned we joined the Third Army, Patton's Army, and he had been moving so fast that we hadn't caught up with him, but he got to Metz, and the fighting at Metz had been very rugged, but it was not a tank type of area, because the ground never did freeze over there. It seemed like that he would snow on top of the ground, but then that he would measure in the morning in the mud. Right. So you had a mud and snow is just about all you had all the time. And then it seemed like it rained about half the time. Years later that I read somewhere that was the worst winter in 15 years that Europe had had. Wouldn't you understand that we fought a war at that time? It's almost like somebody up there was telling us that we shouldn't have fought a war. But we went to get near Metz, and that's the first time I heard the explosion. And I looked up there, and it must have been about, I don't know, 4 miles away. We were told that was Metz. Somebody passed it down the line to us, and we were still in battalion vehicles, all lined up, and I was among the first. And I saw an airplane dive out of the overcast, and it looked like it was a P-38 because I could see the twin tail, and a big long thing fell out of it, and it bounced. Looked like it hit something and bounced off the top. I learned later that we were bombing Fort Joan of Arc, and that was the last fort that hadn't surrendered. And we kept moving on then later in the afternoon toward Metz, and we stayed out just outside. The next morning we went over there, and we got to this small town. An MP stepped out, and they were lined up behind me. The other vehicles were behind my Jeep, and I had the lieutenant had joined us along the way, and the S2, and he said, he came out with his white glove up and stopped us with his white helmet, and he said, Lieutenant, how fast can does your Jeep go travel? And he turned to me and said, how fast, Vincent? And I said, I've had it to 55 miles an hour when I was doing over in England in a convoy. I drove for the lieutenant of the motor pool at that time when he'd let us get clear back behind 77 vehicles. I had to catch up. But I'd driven at 55 miles an hour, and I told him so. He said, well, Lieutenant, drive 20 miles an hour out here because you're going to be under surveillance by the Fort Joan of Arc over here, and count 5 slowly, and then floor it. Well, the tent hunkered down, and I took off at 20 miles an hour, and I counted slowly, I guess. But he counted faster, and he said, go! And I floored it, and we took off, and it was only about maybe a half mile. And the concrete in front of me, the strip, the road, had black marks on it. And it dawned on me later on that those were mortars, I suppose, they'd thrown. They did it just to aggravate. They weren't, I guess, trying to do any great damage to any other device. But they were trying to keep us on our toes, I suppose. And we come whistling into the next little town, and we got through safely. I heard some thumps behind me, but I never did look back to see whether anybody had, but I don't think anybody got hit on that first encounter. I don't know, you asked me earlier, when did I know I was a soldier? I don't know. I'm still not real positive that the war and me had really met for sure. I guess that we ended up at the next day in a town of Gross-Rettersching, and it was not far from the German border. Maybe 15, 20 miles, I guess. And
It sounds German. Which side of the border?
we were on the French side.
Okay.
But you know that, of course, that was after World War. Metz actually was in Germany in World War I. Metz had never been taken for over 500 years. It was ringed with forts. There were, I think, nine forts, I think it was, around them. We were credited with liberating the Fort Joan of Arc, my sister division, the sister division, 345th. But the 26th Division, they claimed they did, so they always argued a little bit over it. But they did surrender to the 87th Division, so I suppose that was who got credit in the books. Of course, Rettersching, we were given our first orders to, and I got this because the lieutenant would bring me. He wouldn't tell me the details, but after a while you begin to realize what they were doing. And they never even gave the lieutenant intelligence officer. I never saw anybody of the officers handle maps. I suppose, I've thought about it over the years, that maybe they didn't want anybody to have maps, because if they got captured, then if they would had a battle map, they'd know where all the part of the other division was, of the regiment. But I later found out that we'd run off all the maps, and there weren't any maps available. We used Michelin maps, tire maps. That nobody had printed anything up, because the patent wasn't supposed to go that far over there yet. We eventually got, I guess they got maps. I finally, I never handled the maps particularly, but some of our officers couldn't read the maps very well. As an old Boy Scout, I could read maps a little better than some of the officers. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. That's just part of that training I had with the boy. But the first day that we were going to attack the vicinity of Remling, Germany, Remling, France, it's on the edge just on the edge there. I went with the lieutenant told me to follow the operations officer, the S3, and so we went out, and they were going to watch the artillery fire on the woods where we were going to attack later in the morning, where I Company was going to go on into the woods. And that woods was about 1,000 yards probably away, and we drove around there and was in this defile. The road was down and sunk down so that no one could really see us, and the S3 got out, and he crawled up there in the snow and laid down in the snow with the binoculars and peeking over the edge there of the bank. And my lieutenant, he did likewise. He went up there and got up there in the spot in the snow and nestled down. And I wanted to see the artillery land so bad I could taste it. And here's where the curiosity and the cat thing could have spelled trouble for me. I was back by the rear tire of the Jeep on my haunches, wanting to get up there so bad. I could, with my glasses, my binoculars, and I wanted to see what was going to happen when they fired all the artillery at once at that woods. And it was supposed to happen at 7 o'clock. And about that time, the radio buzzed, and over there, and the lieutenant and one of my buddies there in the INR platoons said they want to speak. They want to get the message to the S3, get back to regiment immediately. And he called to the lieutenant, and he slid down off the snow and got back in the Jeep, and they pulled around, and I saw my chance. So I jumped I jumped forward and laid my glasses in exactly the same snow bank, the snow at the top, and focusing them on the woods. And just about got the thing focused, and the thing that they called for Lieutenant Kugel, the S2, he wanted him back. And as he slid down, he said, "Come on, Vinson." And I must have said rats to myself, but as I pulled back, a bullet zinged across the top of me. And if I had been there, I don't know, I'm guessing the sniper must have pulled the trigger about the time I moved.
Wow.
And the bullet sailed across it blew dirt on me in my face. I got my head out. He went across the top of my head. I had slid down, and that's how close I come to getting shot the very first day. And I got in the Jeep and hauled ass back to the battalion headquarters, and then got out and got deathly sick. I guess it didn't happen. It came on me. I didn't realize. I don't know whether the war came to me at that point or not. I realized then somebody out there wanted to take my life. That's probably as close as I ever came to, I think, of getting one-on-one, mano-mano, somebody shooting at Ted Vinson over in Europe. But snipers were always something. They had real long rifles, and we found the rifles. They once they'd ever do their shooting, they'd leave the rifle. They never want to get caught with the rifles. A sniper never took his weapon with him after he'd done his shooting, and he knew he was going to have to go withdraw. And we were coming. Well, they would leave their weapons. They didn't want them to be.
They knew they get extra special punishment.
I guess so. I don't know. But anyway, that was the first day. But later on that day, I Company had a couple of small firefights. They went up to the woods, and they didn't quite get too far before they got an awful lot of machine gun fire from the woods. So apparently the artillery that I didn't get to see hadn't really stopped the machine guns. I was given a job to carry some batteries and some medical supplies up to this Brandlhoff farm, and they sent me alone. I don't quite understand why nobody went along, but they told me just go down the road to that sign that said Brandlhoff Farm and turn to the right, and I did. And that was in the probably it was in the early afternoon. And I drove through there and got to a little cemetery in there, and off to the left there were bodies laying in this cemetery behind these, and they were dead, and looked like they were Germans. And as I drove a little further in, going through a gate leading to this big farm complex, it was a big quadrangle, probably covered about a half a football field, with buildings all around it into like a stockade around there, and they had kept their cattle in there with the hay mound, and people lived in one end, and I went, as I'm going down to the big gate, right about where the gate was at, there was a tree, and there was a soldier, one of our boys, was sitting there against the tree, and he was dead. And his rifle was sticking in the ground with a bayonet on it, and he must have been I Company because they had the firefight over there earlier in the morning. And he had his helmet was on that, and the dog tags hanging there. And as I drove past him, I went past him, I suppose, 15 feet. He was looking at me. His eyes weren't closed. And I drove on past, and I came back, and the way back, and I came through there. He was still there, and he seemed like he still looked at me, even though and I went over and covered his head with his raincoat that was laying on his lap. Somebody laid his raincoat on his lap. I don't know. I thought about it. I don't think I'd ever seen a dead body before. I saw my grandmother's dead body in the casket. I saw my grandfather in the casket, my mother in the casket. I don't ever remember whether I ever saw a dead body before.
Yeah.
But it was something that, I don't know, but it didn't seem to bother me. I don't know, it's not like laying there all pretty and with powder in your face and looking like you ought to be talked to you in a casket. He was just sitting there looking at me.
It didn't sound. It sounds to me like it didn't seem like he was even dead.
No, it
just
didn't.
Sitting there, just.
It surprised me, but I guess I knew he was dead. His rifle wouldn't have been sticking in the ground there like that. I guess it's the first one I'd ever seen.
Could you see any damage to him?
No.
So
No.
it really would have seemed
No.
real to you. Do you have any idea who he was?
No.
Do you have an idea who the S2 and S3, their names?
Yes, Lieutenant Kugel was our S2. I drove. In fact, we drove side by side to about 1,500 miles of Europe. And the S3 was called him Scotty. I never called him Scotty. Wilburn. He was finally become Captain Wilburn, and our S1 was Captain Hayes, and our colonel was Colonel Travis. That was the staff. And the S4, I've forgotten, we had a couple S4s. They were the supply. Anyway, I went back to my group, the platoon, and they had gotten in this barn, and that's where we found the rifle, and I think that he must have shot at me, or at least I shot at somebody who was laying over there. He must have been, I'm guessing, 800 yards away, 700-800 yards away. He had a scope, I'm sure, but the rifle was there, and it's either somebody taking the scope, but he was in the loft up there at this barn, this old cow barn. We stayed there the night, and then the lieutenant told me the next morning at 6 o'clock to be there, and they were going to go out and we were going to attack Remling, France, and that was our battalions. We're going to attack, and it was K&L company were going to be in the lead, and of course M company of heavy weapons were behind them, and I was in reserve. I was in reserve. They'd lost almost 40% of their units, trench foot and from being wounded in the earlier in the day. The next morning I showed up, and I thought I'd seen fog in London. I never saw fog in Indiana. I guess if anything like in London, it was not. I went to London, but I was in England. I never got to London, but in Congleton, you couldn't see sometimes 10 feet in front of you. But over in France, there in the Sarre area where we were at, that morning, there were times I don't think we could see 10 feet. But we lined up the jeeps, and the colonel's jeep was in the front, out in front of where the battalion headquarters would be. And the Germans had apparently figured out that's where our headquarters were, and they shelled all night long. They shelled the area, and just one shot after the other. It wasn't a constant thing, just enough to keep everybody awake, I guess. And I'd managed to get a few wakes myself, but I'd hear the rumbling. I wasn't right in the town. We weren't supposed to stay in buildings, but I don't know where we were supposed to stay. But the officers always told us we couldn't stay in buildings, but we did anyway. We were in that barn for the night. So we lined up, and the colonel was in the lead, and followed by the S3, and we were the S2 in second. Well, I think S1 was behind the colonel, and then the S3, and then the S2, and the artillery jeep was behind me, the spotter, the lieutenant, and behind him was the two medics' jeeps. And we were going to attack was to be at 700, and we started in this fog, and no one could see, so we took wet handkerchiefs and hung them over the back of the jeep. somebody in the back of the Jeep had to hold it, the white handkerchief. We couldn't see. I couldn't see the Jeep in front of me, and it was no more than 8 to 10 feet away. And we started driving out of there at a speed of probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles an hour, if that much. And we tried to, you couldn't even see the cat's eyes in the back. But the white handkerchief, we could see that. And we drove along, and we went along there in this huge fog. We were in trees on both sides of us, going out of this Röschreddersching. And Remling, I guess I didn't know exactly where it was, but apparently it was up the road a ways, and that's where we're going to attack. We got that part out of the lieutenant, I heard him say. And as we drove along, we got up there, and there was a sign to turn off of the Brandelhoff farm. And we went right past it. Now there's where M Company and L Company's headquarters was at,
Right.
and he went right past it. And as we drove on, for the next couple of minutes, I turned to the lieutenant and said, "Lieutenant, the colonel is lost." And he said, "Keep driving." And just about that moment, beside me, there was the artillery jeep, and the lieutenant leaned over in my chest almost and said, "Lieutenant, the colonel is lost." And he said, "I'm going back." And with that, they disappeared in the fog behind me. And I turned to the lieutenant, and I said, "I told you so." And he just pointed and snuck down, slushed down like that in the seat. And we went on up, and I'd say, I don't know, in going at that speed, it may have been 5 or 10 minutes later, we pulled out, and all of a sudden, there was these two big fields like we could see again. The fog had raised enough, and there were the machine guns and mortars, and there was the foxholes, and there was K Company, I presume, and we were on the road about 2 feet above everybody else, and there were some trees about every 30 feet along the road, not too big trees, and we were sitting out there in the middle of, I guess, the battlefield. And about that moment, bullets started flying everywhere, and the fog would come, and just like it would fall and it would rise. And when it fell, I jumped over there and got down on I got my shovel, and I started trying to dig a hole, I guess. I'm trying to dig a hole and to put my head in, I guess. And the ground was only about maybe 2 feet above the field. And everybody had got out of their jeeps, and here, as I looked over there, the fog raised up, and here was the big captain of M Company, waving, said, "Get the jeeps off the road. They're in the line of fire." And he's waving, screaming at everybody. And I looked at the sergeant, and he said, "Move it." And I jumped in the jeep again and roared off in that sort of a direction off to the right to get over on the other side of where I saw the last machine gun pit, and parked the jeep over there behind some brush scrubs. And about that time, the bullets were flying, and they were throwing tracer shells. And I think they were 20 millimeters. I don't supposed to fire artillery at us, anti-aircraft, but the Germans fired everything they had at us. And they were sailing. They looked like the Roman candles. They sailed through the air ever so gently, just like. And for a reason I never did figure out, I've asked myself over the years, instead of laying down by the jeep over there, I jumped up and ran all the way back over there, about 150 yards back there, and jumped over there and next to the sergeant. Maybe that was it. I was trying to figure like my mother taking care of me, but I laid there and I was trying to dig a hole, but my elbow seemed like it was in the air so high I thought I'd get shot off, and I couldn't dig it, so I was trying to get my head into something. These bullets were sailing all over the place, ricocheting off the trees and and I'm laying there, and the fog would seem like it would rise, and all hell would break loose, bullets flying, and then the fog would drop down, and it would, like things would stop for a moment, and then all of a sudden down to my right, about, I suppose, 75 yards, a great big explosion, a big thump occurred. And then it ground. To this day, I still feel like the ground jumps up and smacks you instead of you going down.
Yeah.
I never did get that into my mind. That whenever it happened, it felt like the ground jumped at you. But it hit me and banged my head in the ground. And then again, in about 2 seconds, another big explosion, closer down. And then a third big explosion. And this one was only, seemed like it was 20 yards away. And I knew from artillery they had 4 guns.
Yeah.
And I knew the 4th was going to be on top of me. I think at that time, I don't know whether I thought I was going to die or not, I don't know. He never talked about dying, and you always think you'll live forever, I suppose, or we were too young to think about dying.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, nothing happened. And then, in about 10 seconds, another big thump down the road, and then another thump down the road, and another one, and still another, the 4th one didn't land, and I kept thinking it was going to hit. The sergeant's laying there next to me about 6-8 feet away, and that ground it'd shake. And about that moment, the fog had come down again. It would just seem like the fog would rise and fall. I don't know what it was, maybe being drifted along there on the air or something. But here came 2 guys dragging somebody behind them. And when they get about 15 feet away from me, they said the colonel's been hit. And the medic, when the medics was dragging him by one arm, said we'd get the Jeep. Well, I looked around and there wasn't any Jeeps. And the sergeant looked at me and he pointed, and I got up and I run over there and got the Jeep. And got in the Jeep and drove it over, and they picked the colonel up and put him in the seat. And the medic got behind him and held him in by the chest and held him in. And I took off for the Brendeloff farm, which was over probably about 500 yards over that direction.
Could you see any better by that time?
Yeah, it seemed like that it would rise, and then I could see it. I could see the farm, but the fog was like it was wafting around. I don't know whether he was just like it was moving, but the bullets were still flying, and the Jeep didn't want to go very good. And so I put the thing down in low, and went along and went down. As I was going down to the valley, down the little valley there to rise, a creek was down there. I just about got down there, and the shell went over the head and smashed into the building right near the gate and blew the whole roof of that thing, then set fire to some hay. I could see it because I was still about 200 yards away. And the lieutenant, the colonel, reached over and put his hand on me and said, "Don't go." And why, I know it was ridiculous, but why I said it, and I know I said it, I never told too many people about it, but I have said it to a couple of my closest friends. I said, "Don't worry, Colonel, you're as safe as your mother's arms." Why I said something like, I'm not a joker. I never would. But that came out of me, and another shell went over and hit the building, and then nothing happened, and we sat there for 3 or 4 minutes, and then I drove on over and drove him in, and as I drove into this big enclosed quadrangle, there was the colonel's Jeep, and there was the S3's Jeep, and there was the medic's Jeeps, and there was the artillery Jeep, and they're all standing over there having a cup of coffee. And I come driving in with the colonel, and they raced over, got a stretcher, and put him on the stretcher, and hauled ass out of there. And I got out of the Jeep and looked back, and I could tell then why the Jeep wasn't going, because the tire had been hit, big slash through my rear tire. And then I said, well, so I reached down and got a hold of my lug wrench. Got to get the spare off, because I knew the lieutenant was going to be somewhere. And then I looked at the rear tire, and it had been, something had gone clear through it too. And then I got sick in my stomach for the last time. I went over and got deathly ill, and then I come back, and after I borrowed one of the colonel's spare tires and off his Jeep, and because they weren't going to use it,
Yeah.
and then I don't remember anything that happened after that the rest of the day, but I guess we won.
What was the colonel's name?
Travis, Colonel
Oh,
Travis.
Okay. Did he survive it?
Yes, he did, and he was there 6 months later to pin my silver star on me that they gave me for the gallantry in action. The citation says over there, with no concern for his own personal safety, PFC Vinson ran 200 yards through enemy fire. So intense that it shot 2 tires on the Vinson, on his Jeep, and for this action. And as I say, that's a little bit embellished. I don't think that I ran that with no concern for my own personal safety. In fact, I have to admit, years later, I had to admit to everybody that I was damn glad to get out of there because we were where we were supposed to be.
Yeah.
And the colonel had got us there, and I could never pin down anybody to tell me that he was lost, but that's neither near nor there. The fact that it all happened, and I got back, and he arrived, and he pinned the silver star on me there at Camp Lucky Strike before we came home. But that was a biggie, I guess, in my career.
Where'd you get the Bronze Star?
Oh, they gave that to most of us for bravery at Tilley. We were outside of Bastogne, and we had a battle with them. When we got through with Rimmling, we went on into Germany. We were the first troops. My regiment we claim our battalion was the first ones to go into German soil of any American soldiers that anyone who went in there. But we went into Germany. No, there was no Maginot Lines or Siegfried Lines down there that's an area south of Sargamains. That Sargamains wasn't really a town at that. I mean, I don't remember it. So we went in there, and we had been 20 miles in there, and we were involved in. We thought we had a bunch of them trapped down in a stone quarry. And the colonel was there, and he was looking down into there, and there was the operations officer, and I'd come up with brought up some more batteries. It's always I had to go back and get more batteries for the radios didn't work with a hoot. Our radios that we used in World War II were horrible. I think they called a 300. They were rather a boxy thing that weighed about 25 pounds, and they were so big, and they were terrible. The batteries just wouldn't hold, and they got wet and everything else. And I came up across the top of that hill, going up to where this burned out farmhouse was, where the colonel and the lieutenant was, and my other 2 fellows with me were carrying some batteries. I had the radio, and I put it on my chest like an accordion.
Yeah.
And I would always take the rotor out of the Jeep so that nobody would steal the Jeep. I took the rotor out of the distributor and put it in my breast pocket, right behind the Bible, the 3x5 Bible with a steel front on it that my wife had sent me. I'm not a religious man particularly, but anything going, for you, why you'll do that. Because she had read someplace where a bullet that Bible had saved somebody, and that was an interesting thing. And so she sent me one, and I kept it there. And I carried this radio on put my arms to the thing, was carrying on my chest because my rifle was on my back, my canteen, everything. So I was walking over the hill, and they were firing the artillery, the old artillery over the top of me, And I swear the shells, they were, I know that they had friendly troops, but they were, those shells seemed like to me that they would just make your helmet raise off of you. And I would try to sneak down like that would help out. And the shells were going over into this quarry. Well, we got up there, and we no sooner got up there and got in position, and we heard the noise of some tanks. Well, that was a big thrill. You could hear a German tank. It had a different sound than an American tank. And
What, because of the size of it, or the
no, it had.
engine,
They had. I think they had 12 cylinders in theirs. I think.
Okay.
I don't know what we had these Chrysler engines. I think.
Okay.
I don't know, but it had a different whine to it for sure. It was a Mercedes Benz, I suppose, and they were burned a different fuel than we did. And our tanks had a different sound to it, a different crack to them. And we no sooner got it up there, and we were waiting to see what's going to happen, and all of a sudden the colonel said we're pulling out. And everybody got up, and we all left, and he called back the troops, and they were going to circling around. They got them back. And we went back down, and we all hauled ass out of that town down there. And I just got back in time, and they had taken my barracks bags had caught up with us. And they left my barracks bags in this garage we was in down this little town at the base where this river went through. And I was the last vehicle, because I had to take the radios out, and we drove out of that town, and didn't know why, but we were retreating, we were withdrawing. And I was the last one. They blew the bridge right behind me when the engineers kept waving at me. And as soon as I got across, they blew the bridge. And we retreated all the way back to Gross Rettersching. And that was the beginning of us withdrawing to go up the Bulge. And I didn't tell us that, but we all got together in a convoy, and we started out in about 3 or 4 different convoys, and heading back across France and back toward Nancy, and then on up. We finally got to on New Year's Day. Christmas Day. We got to the little town of Munster, and that was about halfway. And they served us. They'd been waiting there with us, and they served us turkey and dressing and pie and hot food, and everybody got sick. And we had diarrhea, and if the Germans had caught us at that point, they could have wiped us out, because none of us were well, it could have fought. But we all managed to recover, and then they told us, turn the lights on your vehicles, were taken off. And we never had our lights hooked or up. So we went back, and I looked at the lieutenant, did you mean them all? And the sergeant, he said, Vincent, he means all of them. We put all the lights on the vehicles, we wired them back up, and we set out like a big bird, and now we're driving about 25 miles an hour with tanks and half-tracks and everything going back to the west. And we no sooner gotten dark, but boy, this is a new thrill to drive with lights on down the road, and we were just going along there real fine, and we were keeping our spaces, and all of a sudden, bullets flew all over us down there, and the only time we ever got strafed by a German plane.
Huh.
And that plane came down and fired bullets all over the top of us, and the lieutenant did something. He reached over in front of me and turned the lights off. And I couldn't see, and there was a tank behind me, because I could hear his tracks, and there was a half track up in front of me there, and I figured, my God, so I drove clear off on the side of the road into the ditch. And I turned to the lieutenant and I said, Lieutenant, don't ever do that again. That's the only time I ever spoke harshly to the lieutenant. And he knew he did wrong, but I couldn't. You went blank. You couldn't see in the dark after your eyes had been accustomed to it. But we...
That's probably a good place.
You said that you were strafed. You were in that convoy.
Yeah.
Had your lights on, just getting out of there as fast as you could.
Well...
And I'm kind of curious. Did you hear the airplane first? Or all of a sudden you realized the bullets were flying around?
All I saw was red tracers flying all over. They didn't hit us at our spot, but they must have been aiming them at maybe the leader. I suppose they're shooting more at the front, but the bullets seemed like they were just over our head a little bit. But no, they would. I never did hear the airplane. Of course, with the roar of the tanks behind you, the tanks and the half tracks and my own engine, and I was leading the. I never led the battalion. You might say that my Jeep didn't lead the battalion, but the lieutenant and I and the radio man and the sergeant and another one of our INR platoon were in my Jeep. There were 5 of us in the Jeep, and that's not real comfortable. But when we were going along, they were pretty good clip, and then but we never heard anything. It was an experience. Only time that I really remember that we got any. The German Air Force had pretty much got themselves whipped in the area anyway where we were at.
Were they doing any flying during the day, or was it all just night stuff they were doing?
Never saw some German planes that had been shot down. I saw a couple American planes that were down, but I never did see anything flying around down where we were at in the central part of France, down in the Sarre area. I'm sure they'd been there, but they said, I read some time ago that it said at Rimling that they had the P-47s had strafed Rimling, and I also read where Patton's tanks took Rimling, and I don't remember ever seeing a single tank. I never saw a single airplane, but then again, I don't remember very much. Somehow, that the experience of that being out there in the middle of where the firing was, that I think that made my day. I swear that I can't remember the rest of that day. And but we drove. Then with the lights off, we drove on and we arrived at near Reims, France.
Okay.
And we arrived there probably at 11:30 at night, and we didn't know exactly where we were, but we think that's where we were. Later on, we found we were near there. We're near an airport there that we saw some British planes land. We'd heard Patton, we'd heard that the Bulge had happened by now, and we heard that Eisenhower's headquarters was moved there. I don't know, it never was told whether that's true or not. But we thought at first maybe we were going back to protect Eisenhower. I don't know. So you hear all the scuttlebutt,
yeah,
but you don't remember don't know what it was. It would come from.
Yeah, you heard that the Bulge had occurred.
We'd heard the breakthrough had happened. They didn't call it the Bulge then. This was the 26th of December.
Was it word of mouth or some kind of
Yes,
announcement?
yes. No, that the sergeant would tell somebody, and the corporals would tell again, and the story after a while, you know how that goes. But I didn't know, frankly, I had to say it. I knew where Paris was. I knew where Le Havre was. I knew where the English Channel was, but I don't know where we were. I don't remember. But the next morning when we woke up, or didn't wake up, we more or less had tried to find a little shelter and put some tent. We got the tent out and we tried to cover it over there, and we were in this little defile there. And when we got up the next morning, we got up there. It must have been 5:30 or so. I was waking up and looking around, and the funniest looking area I ever saw. The area was just real bumpy, all over bumpy, and there weren't any trees there. There were just scrubs everywhere. You could see scrubs. The tallest tree, if there was, was more than 5 or 6 feet tall, and they weren't really trees. Everything looked like scrubby. And then as we were thinking we're going to stay, one of the fellows was digging, and he dug into a corrugated metal. And we were in the trenches of area where the World War I was at.
Oh, really?
And then it began to dawn on you that we must have been up there someplace in an area where it had been completely obliterated by World War I. Later on, I realized we were in that area where the first the fighting had gone on in World War I. But about the time we were figuring out, we got some sea rations. He passed some sea rations out, and we thought we were going to start improving our abode there in this rough area. They said we're moving out. So by 8 o'clock we were back on the road again, and we were heading north. And we drove and drove and drove, and it rained, and it got dark, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained, and it was miserable. And we drove along, and you needed to urinate so bad you could just about die, but you kept going on and on and on, and sooner or later they stopped, and everybody took off in different directions. And we drove on till, I guess we must have driven on till early in the morning, and we found that we were in Neuchâtel, Belgium. And then later on, years later, I reconstructed Neuchâtel. Neuchâtel was probably about 25 miles from Bastogne. Now, I didn't know where Bastogne was, but somebody said that they'd heard something about Bastogne. We didn't know anything about Bastogne. We were in Neuchâtel, and the snow was everywhere now, and the mud, and we had moved all during the night, and we stopped, and we went into some houses, barns, various things, and I began to put together, though, that Neuchâtel had been run through, the battle that went through that when they battled, the Germans battled into France. And then when we had chased the American army had chased the Germans out of Germany, out of Neuchâtel, the Germans came back and chased everybody back out of it again. And now we were back. There's 4 times they'd been through that place, and it was a mess. It was a railway hub, but that yard, I was surprised when I saw the yard. It looked like to me that they still had got it patched up. But we were in Neuchâtel, and the next next day that we discovered that we were our troops had already moved up to relieve Bastogne, and we were there, and we spent New Year's Eve there at Neuchâtel, and the Dutch people, we got something to burn in their fireplace, and they slept up. They let us sleep in their living room, and they went upstairs somewhere in the barn and got some waffles they'd had on the string. And we ate waffles, and we got some milk, and warmed up the milk, and we sang a kind of an old Lang Syne or something. Well, anyway, next day we moved out to a little town of Tilley, which was about 5 miles to the west of Bastogne. And then that's where we set in and had one of our big battles with the Germans, and everybody seemed like they got in the act on that one. We're still been arguing about the tankers. I was observing the battle from a hole in the roof with our telescope, looking at it from about. We would crawl up in the attic of this house at about it was no more than 800 yards away. And we were carefully looking through the telescope, and the tanks came out of the woods, our tanks, and one come out of the woods and the other one, and they must have surprised one another and shot each other. One shot the track off the other one, and they lost 2 tanks right there. And that's the first time I saw black tankers, and they were white officers and black tankers. And about that time, we were there and trying to watch, and we'd get different fog would come in, and a tank pulled up and stopped right in front of the building we were at, about, I'd say, 20 yards away. And that didn't thrill me at all. And about that time, something hit that tank. I never saw it. I went out and looked the hole later. Something went in that tank, and that tank exploded, and the bullets all went off inside the tank. And the fellas jumped out, and one was left in, I'm sure. The other one, they were downstairs, and when we were there, and a shell went over our building, and it. In the meantime, I didn't tell you, our cannon company man, lieutenant, he came up there, and his sergeant took a hatchet and knocked a hole. And we'd been very careful to raise the shingles up to get this big telescope there. We had a telescope to look at this, and he knocked a hole in the thing and run an antenna up through there, about a 15-foot antenna, and was talking to somebody on it, the artillery, our cannon company. And we had killed him, but he was lieutenant. And about that time, a shell came over, and I don't think they were shooting at us at all. And that shell sheared off that. It went right through that antenna, and the antenna fell straight down, and we all took off for the basement. I beat them all down there. I swear it would be just like the Keystone Cops or the Three Stooges. We run down the steps, fall on one another, and everything else. And that's when I saw this black man sitting in a chair, and I didn't know what color a black man turned when he was scared. He turned the most chalky color, and he was shaking over, and the white lieutenant was slapping him easy on the side of the face, trying to get him to snap out of it. He'd been inside the tank, and he'd bailed out of that tank. Well, we thought about this time that it was not time to leave, so we left. And we pulled on back to the monastery, and it was getting dark anyway, and nobody could see too much. And K Company had made their run on the town and hadn't got there, but the fog would come in and you couldn't see. And we thought, well, we were sticking out there, kind of far out there, so we went back, and we went upstairs to a room up there, and we weren't supposed to be in the monastery. Then they got shelling the monastery, but they weren't supposed to do that either, because we weren't supposed to be in there. But that was on January the 6th, and that was my birthday. And the shells were coming in, and I was under a blanket trying to read the about 10 letters I'd gotten from Eleanor, and I put them in order of the postmarks. And when I got down to the postmark, the last one, it told that her daddy had been killed out here in Anderson, and a train wreck that he'd rode across in front of a train, and he was killed. And that was January the 6th, 1945.
Probably not your best birthday.
No, it wasn't. And you know, I did philosophize that wasn't sure I was going to make 22. But we left there and went into reserve down in Luxembourg, and after Luxembourg, we sort of re-outfitted it a little bit. We got a shower for the first time in about 9 weeks, and some new underwear. But this time I was wearing everything I had. I had 2 pair of socks. I had 2 sets of long underwear on. I had 2 tops on, long underwear, long sleeve. I had my uniform olive drab wool on. I had my fatigue on top of that. I had my field jacket on, and I had my Mackinaw on top of that, and I had a 6-foot long scarf my wife had knitted me, and I put it around my neck, and then I put it over. Let's see, I'll do that. Put it around my neck this way, and back over on my, put it out this and flopped it in there, and then I also had a sleeveless yarn sweater she'd knitted me, and I must have looked like I weighed 170, 80 pounds. You know, I looked like I could have scared you, but I was still only 132 pounds underneath all that clothes. But I was getting by without dying of a cold. But it seemed like inside I was cold all the time. I don't think any time I was ever warm. But I know I must have been. But we survived, and we came back from Luxembourg. We went up from Luxembourg, and we were on defensive position down there supposedly. And we went up. Then we went up to the Maginot Line, and we went up to the Siegfried Line at Ormont. At Ormont was right on the edge of the Siegfried Line, and the pillboxes were spaced about every maybe quarter mile apart. They were big block buildings, probably twice as big as this room, and they had slits in them, and they were facing west, and apparently that we had taken part of that, the troops in front of us that had been there, and we had made the battalion headquarters on a crossroads outside of Ormont, about half a mile, and I dropped the lieutenant off, and I was going to park the Jeep back in the back. That's where their vehicles had been. We'd spread them out. And as I drove back there, I looked over there, and there was something funny about the whole area. Because over to the right of the area, these large trees, which were large trees, they were up in the air like big tall splinters. They had no tops to them, and they must have been up in the air like 15, 20 feet, but they'd all looked like they were splintered off, and that didn't look right to me, and I didn't quite understand that. And then over on the other side, where I was parking the Jeep, about 75, 80 yards behind this building up there, that must have been like a wayside or a filling station or some kind of thing at one time. That's where the colonel was at, everybody been there. There were big slabs of steel about as long as my arm, jagged, ragged. They were this long as my arm. And they were laying around all over the place. And I kept saying, boy, if I drive over those, it isn't going to be good for the tires. Yeah. But there were holes over there in the field. And I was trying to figure out what I was looking at. And I was the only one there, but there were some vehicles back there. And the half track was up near the building, and a couple of the other Jeeps were out here, where apparently the Colonel's Jeep and S3 Jeep. They were all in there, and we'd been back at regiment, and I brought the tent up. And just then I looked over there, and I heard a funny noise, and it was a hissing noise, and I saw two GMCs coming down the road, and the road was a little muddy like, and it was making like hissing sound like off the tires. And the hissing sound sounded like it was slowing down, but those vehicles weren't slowing down, and all of a sudden I realized that there was a shell coming in, and I hit the ground, and it hit, and it exploded someplace over to my left, and I'm talking, it threw me in the air about, I suppose, a foot, and I came down, I laid there, and I said, my God, that is an artillery shell. And I got up and started to run toward and I dove under this half track up there, and another shell hit, and everything shook. The ground shook like an earthquake. And then that was all. and I didn't know exactly what in the world it was. But I began to thinking about these big jagged pieces, and I'm the only one that ever said anything about that. But I think that I know that we were shelled by a railway gun.
Oh,
And I got a picture over there in my book that I cut out probably about 10 years ago out of one of my Legion magazines, and it was showing 23 of our I Company standing on top of that barrel.
Something similar to a Big Bertha.
Well, it's a railroad gun, and it was on a railroad track. When it fired, the whole thing rolled backwards. Instead of having trail spades, it would retreat back, and they had long cables that would apparently help try to stop it. And it fired. It must have been I suppose a 10-inch, at least a 10-inch or a 12-inch gun. But the trouble with a railroad gun, you can't wheel it around. You got to fire it. But apparently they were firing in the right direction, and that whole area must have been zeroed in, and they must have fired up there. But the two shots that the only person I ever remember they can remember being shelled by a railway gun. I've talked to other people, and they looked at me like, I don't know what you're talking about. But that was the spot. The next day on the 6th of March, I was coming back with the lieutenant. I had to take some papers back to get maps or something at the Ormont. And I come back from Ormont and pull down in front of the battalion headquarters, down the road on this down about 300 yards down the way were K Company and L Company, and they had their headquarters, and M Company was dug in on further down, and I pulled in, and I parked the Jeep up there in front, and just as then the lieutenant said, "Go ahead, Vinson, take a break." I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to take a break. And at that moment, out of the door came Lieutenant Wilburn, S3. He had the situation map in front of him, and he said, "Lieutenant Kugel, can I borrow your Jeep? My man not back from gassing up." And he said, "Sure." And he said, "Vincent, drive Scotty up there." And he came out, and he jumped up in my Jeep, and I jumped back in the Jeep, and I backed the Jeep up, and I threw it just ready to throw it into drive, and his Jeep pulled up immediately beside me. He said, "Never mind, Vincent, I'll take my own Jeep." And he said, "Go ahead, take your break." And he went around and jumped in the Jeep and took off. And what he did, he drove down past I Company and K and went over there, and the bridge the mine platoon hadn't finished sweeping the bridge, this small bridge over a creek, that the creek was no wider than this room here, and it wasn't very deep. The reason I know, I went down there with the lieutenant after that happened, and I talked to the sergeant of the mine platoon, and what happened was Scotty, Wilburn, he called him Scotty, I didn't recall him. Wilburn had driven up there, and the sergeant said, "You can't cross, Lieutenant, we haven't got the mines, haven't got it cleared from mines." And he said, "I can't wait, I got to get on up front with the troops." And his driver, totally driver, was a young man from Indiana, I can't remember his name. He drove off the side, drove down the slope, because I saw his tire tracks. He drove through the water and up the other side and drove across a box mine about yay big and blew that Jeep in half, cut it off at the firewall. It just like you tear the Jeep in half right in front of the dashboard, and through the driver, this young fellow that knew, and he cut his hand, I think, he must have sailed out of there and hit his hand on the rear view mirror or something as he went out, tossed him about 10 feet or 15 feet over into the ditch, and that's the only thing that happened to him other than it shook him, and it blew Scotty up, and they put him back in the body bag. It's all that was left of him over here. And I come that close to one gear shift of going and taking him down there. And you always ask yourself, yes, I would have driven if he said to do that, I suppose. Would I have went across that box mine at exactly the same angle or not? Yeah. But, that's the if-cat dog. And that's, again, I'm not a fatalist. I never believed in the fate. There's a big book someplace written down that saves you, from taking that one thing. But that was the end of an awful nice lieutenant. He was a fine guy. And later on, his colonel, his brother was a colonel in the Air Force, and no one ever told him what happened to his Scotty, but I knew exactly because I talked to the sergeant, watched the whole thing.
What was his name?
The colonel.
Colonel's name?
Charles Wilburn, lived down in Mississippi. I got a letter. He's 83 years old. He's up there and out with his daughter, and I enlisted him, and he sent me some money to put him in the at Purdue's for the Golden Acorn, and I got him a membership in the Acorn, and he still gets it. And he's pretty good shape, I guess, but he'd never received anything. His sister wrote me a nice letter. I got the letters over there they'd written me, and it makes you always think about. That's the part of the war that then you realize you are in the war, I guess. But we crossed them. We crossed they went to the Siegfried line and went on over to the Moselle River, and we crossed we stayed there at Moselle waiting, and then at Koblenz. Now my regiment, the 346th, didn't take Koblenz, but Koblenz was taken by 347th, our sister division. See, each I don't know whether you're aware, but each division has 3 regiments. Okay. And each regiment has 3 battalions. Each battalion has 3 infantries and 1 heavy weapons. And each battalion has a headquarters. So it's all it's a triangular. In World War I, they were 4. They were quadrangle. They were in 4s, but in World War II it's all in 3s. And there's 3 divisions to a corps, I guess it is, and whatever, and on up. But it's all triangular. So there's always two attacking and 1 in reserve of everything. Every 2, when you fight within a company, you have 3 platoons, and each platoon has 3 squads, and 1 squad is the heavy weapons, would be ARs, and then you have one whole company that has nothing but heavy weapons, mortars, the big mortars, and the big machine guns, like water cooled. But we would then, of course, we would be taking turns of being in the lead. And we went down to the Moselle, and we camped on the south end from Koblenz down, and then the 347th went on across, and 345 was in reserve, and we took Koblenz. That's about the biggest town in Germany that my division took.
Would you sooner take a town or be out?
We went around towns as much as you could. There's no point in going in trying to fight up and down the streets in the town that if they got all the cover. And Patton's army would race through the towns. They'd go through the town, and everybody would stick a white flag out. And boy, they'd wave and everything else, and the tanks would roar through the town, and then everything, and there'd have tracks that go through. And then they take the flags in, and when we get up there, they shoot the hell out of us. And this got to be kind of a thing, and so a few times we shot a town up pretty bad, the boys did. They'd usually end up that what they would do would be the colonel would say, go see if the town's clear, Luke Kugel. And Kugel would tell the sergeant, go see if the town's clear. And then sometimes he'd go along, but most times it'd be the corporal and I and the radio and one guy to carry the guns, and we would go up, and if we would go up in town and get shot, well, we would call back, yeah, the colonel can come up. So it kind of got to be that we were the reconnaissance. We would go up and reconnoiter the area, but that it wasn't as much fun as it had been back in the States, being in the INR platoon. But we were very fortunate.
Who was the corporal? Who was the sergeant?
We had Sergeant Law. He was a staff sergeant, and we had a corporal who had been a first sergeant in the Air Corps training group down in Georgia, someplace.
Yeah.
A real nice fellow from Connecticut. You know, I never had any brothers or sisters, and I never knew what it was to bond with somebody. And I guess I thought that I was bonding with my 6 members in the squad and the sergeant. I felt very close to them, and we took care of each other. We ate together, slept together, we shared anything we had, and we always seemed like we were there for each other. If we without a key rations or whatever we would have or something, but we always kind of, I don't know, we kind of felt like we'd you know, you sleep next to a guy and you did everything like that. You get by. I thought that would last forever, but it didn't last. Only through one set of Christmas cards, and that was all she ever wrote. I married off Pete Delinsky in Reading, Pennsylvania, and I met Sergeant Kratz. I still write to his daughter. Sergeant Kratz was a motor pool sergeant, and they all called me the kid because I was the youngest of all the bunch. They were. I was only, as I say, I was only 19, and I finally ended up going with until I turned 21. And then one day that they sent a kid in there named Hanson, Ollie Hanson from Wisconsin, and he was 18, and so he was the kid, and I was no longer, and he was the one that you'd sit around trying to keep warm, and bet he'd stumble over something out there. He was a little clumsy. Yeah. And we'd kind of laughed. He was a good kid. He laughed a lot, and Harold Drebin was from Connersville, Indiana, and I met him by accident one time after the war, but I never could trace. I finally got hold of Ed Gray from New York. He lived out there in just off of Long Island, little town there in New York City, and I've talked to him. But he was not in good health. He's terrible health, and my lieutenant the sergeant got Alzheimer's, and he couldn't remember anything. Shortly after the war, I never did get him to understand who I was, and then for the Purdue, I tried to contact these fellows, but never got. But we stayed together, and we started then across Germany, and I was telling him that Germans had no more defenses. They had no more defenses, and so they were merely.
Hang on for dear life.
Well, I guess that you want to call it that. It ended up that we were divided up into what they called task forces, and a task force would end up with, and we would all go down more or less parallel roads. We would have a recon car with that recon vehicle. That was your 6-wheeled vehicle, you know. It's a 6 or 8 wheels with a what is a 30 millimeter cannon on it, and it wasn't much. You could shoot through it like paper, And then we had it, and we followed up with a half track, and one tank, and a tank destroyer, and then there'd be my vehicle, and then followed by followed us. We'd be followed by the lieutenant of the that they replaced Wilburn, and then they had 3 truckloads of infantry from one of the companies, and we would take off, and we were doing anywhere from 25 to 35 miles a day, and we were going through what I guess was central Germany. And when we got over into central Germany, it must have been in April. I'm talking about April the 12th, I think it was, or as I remembered. We came upon a Camp Buchenwald, and our patrol went through it. Not my personal, but I was about 10 miles away, and then we heard about it and went over there, and I took pictures. I sent back the first pictures I think that anybody in this area ever got of the Elvins and the things in the crematoriums, and that was a shock. Now and we went into reserve shortly around there in April, or middle April, and the general was told by Patton he wanted everybody that wasn't in the on the front, it was in reserve, everybody take every soldier you can and take them over there to Buchenwald. And I knew the way, so I got to lead truck a convoy of 3 or 4 GMCs full of troops. We'd go over there and they'd guide it, we'd go through it. But this time they were trying to clean the place up. They had it cleaned up. The meat hooks, where they scratched the walls, where they would hang them by their neck, until they choke them. They tried to hide the fingerprints where they scratched the wall trying to get up. And the bones were stacked, and that kind of got to you to see what's left of the bones out of the crematorium piled up high as your head, about 5 feet tall, out back. And they still had a few inmates roving around there in some of their old clothes, but and they made everybody down in the town down below Buchenwald, made every one of them, if you were, he said 9 to 99. That's what Patton gave the order to the general, and the general made everybody go. If you're in the hospital, they had to carry you out in a bed. He made everybody go through the camp. Those people down there said they didn't know that was going on. And this was up there with a zoo. There had been a zoo up there in this area, because there was a big tiger cage up there, or lion cage up in the thing. And there's a lake down here. I remember we first saw it, and they were down there. They couldn't have been down there more than a half a mile over this camp. You went up the thing and around up there, and there's where it was up there, and it had been there for I don't know how long. And they claimed they couldn't have smelled that. You could have smelled that.
Yeah.
Our troops went through it the first time.
Oh, let's stop here. We're talking about Buchenwald. Did you have any idea that the Germans were doing this? Is it okay?
2 minutes. Yeah.
Did you have any idea that the Germans were doing this before you discovered the camps?
No, in fact, it was a complete shock to all of us. I think that we handled it. We handled the dead Germans laying along roads, and tanks would run over them, flatten their head out the size of a dishpan. Yeah. You could stand to see soldiers laying around dead along the way, but you weren't expecting to go over there and see people that looked like their skeletons walking around, and see bones piled 5 feet tall, and see the woman, they called her the bitch of Buchenwald. They showed us her lampshade in there. She made out of human skin. They had a big water tank in there that looked like the size of a king-size bathtub, and they would take and put the people inside of an aviator's suit and put them in this ice water to see how long they could live, to figure out whether they ought to go out in a downed airplane in the North Sea. They were experimenting to see that. To see how long you could live if you would enter, say, whatever the water temperature would be, 15 below zero, or whatever that, they do time. They had all kinds of. They showed the exhibits in there, and that they showed to all the soldiers. And I took probably I don't know. I took three trips over there while we were in reserve. I expect I think practically our whole. I'm sure our whole battalion and a couple from 345 took their trips over there. So we got to show. There was hundreds of soldiers get to see it.
You were going through Buchenwald and seeing all the things that they had done to the people, how sickening it was.
Yeah, and as I say, this bothered you more than seeing all the dead soldiers, I guess. I it's kind of hard to understand it, but that's kind of end up like one person inhuman to somebody just to be you can't explain it. I explained shooting somebody that was you're having a war with, right. But I can't understand killing en masse. That
innocent civilians.
Yeah,
there really were no.
Well, as I say, I have no idea. I can't. It's been written about and it's been talked about. I never have figured out the. Like I said, as I got older, I thought one day maybe it would come to me that I understand part of it, but I don't understand it. But it was a shock to us all that was over there to see that. And of course there were other camps that the horror I'm sure was just as great. But that was one of our wake-ups about what was going on in Germany.
We interviewed Virginia McLean on Wednesday, and she was at Dachau, and saw there were still prisoners there and boxcars full of bodies. And
I've seen many films and tapes and various things. I guess to be there in person is something it's just hard to describe, really.
What was different about being in person and seeing on TV? What's the missing element? You're sitting there watching films on it. What didn't they capture in the films?
I don't know.
The smell or the...
Well...
I guess it'd be hard to identify, wouldn't it?
Yes, I really, when you got through seeing it, I don't think it dawned on you what you saw the first time you saw it.
Did you understand that they were Jews being exterminated, or did?
I never heard that. I never heard there was Jews. I never heard the word Jews mentioned. I didn't know they were all Jews. Maybe, and then again, maybe they weren't all Jews. But I never heard anything about that. All we know was that well, later on, of course, as right. Years have gone by, you hear the different stories. But to have something like it happen, and whether or not that our leaders knew about it or not, there's always in that question in your mind. How could they do that? And the word wouldn't have got back to get into newsprint and papers all over the world about what was going on. You can't kill 2 or 3 million people and somebody not sneak a word out about it.
Did you notice how the Jews were being persecuted before the war started? Had any of that got back to the United States that you knew of?
No, I went to college at the rooming up there, and Alan Levy was the Jewish lad from New York City was my buddy. We went to classes together. We knew he went over to the synagogue over there, and he was in the fraternity over there, and at Purdue. And I thought he was a great guy, and we kept in touch for a long time. But we went off to went to war. I never saw him again. And we had an interpreter. We had a young man who was a Jew, and he had been sent to when he was 14 years old. His parents had packed him up and got him out in 1939. He'd come over to an uncle in someplace in the east, and he became our interpreter for the INR platoon, and he rode in the Jeep with the lieutenant, and he was the one who would go with us when we finally, there as we went on across Germany, and we realized that we were catching up with the Germans, and we had a problem where we were almost overrunning the tail end of some of their retreating columns. And when they would surrender, we kept pointing back because we had no way to. We didn't have any MPs with us to take care of them, but they all wanted to surrender. A great number of the troops we know were taking their clothes off and their uniforms off and blending into and that was all right, I guess. It didn't bother me, but we finally had to slow down. We're told to slow down because you can't take any more prisoners. And then something occurred that was I guess a small highlight for me. I guess that we picked up cameras, and we picked up some. I got my my camera and my binoculars, and I got a German flag, and I got all that because as the INR would go into these small towns, starting clear back in middle of March, we'd go into a town, and first thing we'd do would get the burgomaster to, after that shooting had quit, to bring out and pile in a big pile right there in the town square all the guns, cameras, knives, pistols, rifles, hunting equipment, anything, any weapon, lances, swords, piled them in a big pile right there. And that's why we picked up Souvenirs. And then almost all of my platoon had got cameras. We got some pretty fine cameras. I have a small Voigtlander 120. Now, the reason I picked this Voigtlander because I could get film from the photoshops that we were taking. The small, almost every German town had a shop, and they would get for a few K rations or something. They'd develop the film for me, and they would get me more film for 120. You couldn't get 35 millimeter, but you could get because the Leicas and them all take 35. But I took a lot of pictures, and as I mentioned to you earlier, that some of those were published in a book. They were put out by one of the young Germans that we had that I had met by a pen pal. I got that opportunity because we would be the first ones into the small towns, and then we would interview people and see where the troops were at, and we were stopped though on around it must have been May maybe it was about the 1st or 2nd of May. We were told don't take any more prisoners. We don't know what to do with them. So I don't know how you stop that, except that you had to maybe try to. We pulled up. We halted our advance. Our battalion did, and as we're sitting there, I had these binoculars, and I could always see about, I don't know, I must have been able to see a half a mile better with these binoculars, but they were large binoculars with tinted lenses, and they were a 8 power, 60 millimeter lenses. I could see things that was clear out of the range when they call the artillery to fire on something that we'd see when we'd be out reconnoitering. They say we can't shoot over there. That's not in our sector. Well, this upset us. Or they'd say we've fired our ration for today. We can't fire any more rounds. So we'd say, well, we see Germans all evacuating over there. Well, they'd say, well, we can't shoot over there. But this one artillery spotter said, what do you got there anyway? And he wanted to see my binoculars. So I wouldn't take them off my neck because I'm afraid that the last I'd see of those, because they give us old the Kelvinator people made some lenses, and then they were all right. They were a 50, a 6x50s, but that's what the issue do is 6x50s. But I had the better ground lenses there at Wexlar, Germany. We went to Wexlar, incidentally. That's where the Leica cameras and everything was made. The lenses, the finest lens grinders. That's where the Japanese incidentally got a hold of the Germans all went over there and ground lenses for the Japanese.
Really?
Mm-hmm. From Wetzlar, Germany. But we bypassed Wetzlar, but I got these binoculars, and I'm looking over there into the trees, and because I have tinted lenses, I can see into the trees, and there are tanks all over the place, and the half tracks, and in there. And they even had some of the tanks in there with this brownish color with the camouflage that they must have brought up from Africa or someplace. And I'm telling them that forest is full over there of Germans. And here we are at probably 1,000, well, maybe 1,000 yards away from them, and we aren't supposed to take any more prisoners. And here comes a soldier walking out with a white flag waving. And I'm up there with my binoculars looking at all this, and the S1 had picked him up, a young man, and the young man said I was his bodyguard. I didn't like him, but he was supposed to be a good shot, I suppose. And he said, we got to stop him, he shouldn't come in. And the captain said, fire a shot over there and scare him off. And the kid stood up right behind me over there and took aim and fired, and the kid spun around and fell to the ground with that white flag. Well, now there he is out there, about 500 yards out there on the ground. And I thought, now that's sure a good way to start a relationship with that bunch of tanks over there.
No kidding.
So they said, well, go out and take a medic out there and get him. Well, they looked right over at me. Now, I don't know why but I wasn't doing nothing but particularly standing there didn't have a finger in my butt, but I was just standing there. I then shocked that fella, fired right over my head. And I could have killed him. And I got in the Jeep, and the medic jumped with his bag in there, and we took off across there, and I didn't like that a bit.
Lines or anything.
Well, and I would get out there, and the kid is laying there on the ground, and he is grinning from ear to ear, and they shot his little finger, and it had flown off. He had his fingers in the air with holding up, and it just nicked his finger off. So we put him in the Jeep and brought him in, and he said that he had a note, and they gave it to the colonel, and they said they're out of gasoline, and they don't want to be taken by the obvious, don't be taken by the Russians.
Right.
So they want us to take them. If they will send out some gasoline, they'll come in and surrender to us. So they said, okay, we'll do that. So they got a couple truckloads of gasoline, and guess who gets to take them out again? I don't know how I was so lucky, but
Quite a volunteer.
Well, I didn't volunteer. I'd learned that years before. I mean, earlier in my career. So I took off with that 3 truckloads of jerry cans, and we drove over to the woods, and they grabbed these cans, and they put it in their motorcycles and their half tracks and their tanks and everything, and they fired them up, and I turned around, and I led in a whole convoy of Germans. And here they come, the whole column behind me, and there is our troops over there, and I had to one of the fellas in my Jeep, I've got a picture. He took a picture out from the back of my Jeep. The guys in the motorcycle grinned at me. They're all around me. And they were roaring down through the edge of this town, coming in, this little town in there, with a whole convoy of Germans. And that was a highlight, I guess. I wasn't very excited about it, but they circled on out there, and I've got pictures. There must have, I don't know how many, but they brought the troops in, and then the next day, here came a Volkswagen command car, small. It looks like looks like a Volkswagen with the top off of it, and they had big white flags on the corners of it, and a Red Cross flag in the back, and they had a general in it, and his aide, and a couple of guys with rifles, and they pulled up to the edge, and they called out, and our interpreter said they want to talk to somebody in command, and wouldn't you know that, look, Kugel is there, and I'm there with the lieutenant, and we're out there in the scouting, and that they want to surrender. So we waited them on in. They came on in, and they all stood there and then eyeballed me, and I got my camera, and I got a picture of the general talking to Kugel through his interpreter and my interpreter, and they brought in troops. They brought in trucks full of troops. They brought in, I don't know, if they didn't have 25 or 30,000, I don't know what they had. They all wanted to surrender to us, though, instead of surrendering to the Germans. And sure enough, then we pressed on over to, went forward, and I was leading the reconnaissance group over, and we came into this town, and Kugel is right there beside me, and this damn kid is with the bodyguard is sitting up on top of the tire of my Jeep, sitting up there, and he's got his butt on the back of the tire, and I got a wire catcher on the front of my Jeep. Everybody put wire catchers on their Jeep to catch the piano wire. They'd stretch across the roads to catch anybody driving through there. We always drove with the windshield down. You didn't because most of your windshields got shut up. I lost 3 windshields myself, and so you didn't have a windshield. But that thing would catch you right across the neck or someplace. Yeah. If you're on a motorcycle, it'd catch you right across through the mouth, I suppose. And he's sitting up on top of this, and we're driving into this town. I know I'm driving. It's dusty that day. It's hot, and we're out in front of the troops, I suppose, someplace. They're all back there somewhere. And wouldn't you know, there was the wire across the road, and it caught him under the chin and flipped him off the back end. Oh. And that's the only time that the wire catcher missed it, because the wire catcher only was up so high. It caught him right underneath the chin. Didn't hurt him. It just got him down off his perch anyway. And he gets back in the Jeep and didn't say too much, but he was all shaken up, and I thought he broke something, but he didn't. We drive on a little further and get in this town, and there's nothing going on in there. And just then a shell whizzes through the air, and it went into this brick building over there and made a hole about the size of an apple, and went right straight through the brick without exploding. And by this time, the lieutenant's down on the ground by the ground, and I'm by the front wheel. I'm laying there, and I said, again, my artillery experience, I said, that's an AP shell. That's an armor-piercing shell. And they wouldn't be firing it. That's just then another shell sailed through there, and it went right through the building just like with butter. And then it exploded back in the back. And I said, there's something wrong here. And about that time, they radioed back to they called back on their radio, man called back, and he said that they just got a message from regiment that we had moved too far and we were into the Russian territory, and there was a tank battle going on just over the rise, over the hill outside of this town. and that would explain the armor-piercing shells.
Yeah.
And it said for us to get anybody who could speak Russian or Polish or anything, and try to get up there and tell them that, hey, we're friendly over here, don't shoot at us. So, you know who gets called again? Pete Delinsky can talk Polish, because he is Polish. And so Delinsky and I go up there on the other side of town, and we get out and crawl up there with this radio. I'm dragging the radio and some batteries, and he's got another walkie-talkie. He's trying to erase somebody. He's talking in Polish, and we're trying to connect somebody. And he said he's getting somebody, and I said, what did he say? And he said that he's talking to a bunch of women out there. So the women tankers were having a battle, and the women said, get off the air, you're jamming our airwaves. So I said, this is enough for me, Pete. And he said, me too. And we hauled back and told the lieutenant. Of course, he didn't go along. He can't speak Polish. And we were 25 miles over into the Russian, where apparently, who was it, Truman and everybody had drawn the line.
Oh, okay.
And we had gone too far.
So we were like East Germany.
Yeah, I suppose so.
East Germany.
But we had gone out of our area, and we all just turned around and went back. We went back to Falkenstein, which incidentally is now in the Russian, or in the whatever it's not in the German. It's not in Germany proper now. And then Poland. We went to Plauen, and it was a big town. We went around Poland. I drove through Plauen. Plauen had been bombed terribly, and I have pictures of that over there that we took. And they had sustained 15 air raids, and they were in the next to the last. In the daytime, that the American bombers would bomb them, and in the nighttime the British would pattern bomb. You could see where the British, if they missed a factory, they could see. You could, just like a checkerboard, you could see where the bombs had hit. But our bombs, apparently, we had hit the center of town. They were building airplanes, pieces by pieces, and taking them out to the airport, I guess. And this was a big town, and it was a big hub of the railways and everything. But we drove through it, and the smell was such that to this day, if I can conjure up a smell of that town. And we never went back into the downtown again while we were there for the next 30 days. But we had went on through, went over to Falkenstein, which is about 15 miles on past. That's where we met the Russians, and the Russians came in, and that was where we, more or less, that May the 6th came, and the battle stopped, and that was the end of the war. And for us and everybody. And the interesting thing, we'd worn that steel helmet around, and it felt so good to take it off. We all threw them in a big pile. And I was sitting there laying back after breakfast. We had a big breakfast, nice hot breakfast. And I was laying there, and all of a sudden, I looked over there, and something popped over the trees about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 miles away. And it shot across in front, and I saw the first German rocket plane, that one little 162 rocket plane.
Oh yeah.
The airplanes were up in the sky. The Germans were supposed to come in and return in all the airplanes, or then land the airplanes at the airport in Plauen there, about 15 miles away. They were supposed to land there, and they were supposed to fly, I think, at 5,000, and our planes were flying at 10,000 up above them. Mustangs and 38s were circling all day long. And when that plane shot across in front of us, it was a rocket plane, I know. Nobody else knew what it was. It had to be one of those 162s. I don't know where it came from, but I went on and got my helmet back. But I wore it till the rest of the day anyway. But the war was over there, theoretically at 7 o'clock that morning. And as I say, we stayed there and stayed in Plauen, Germany, for almost about 28, 29 days. And then we we moved out and we drove back to France and back through France, and I drove the Jeep over to Reims and turned the Jeep in at Reims Airport. We parked our Jeeps all there in a big row and got a truck, and then we trucked over to Camp Lucky Strike, which was just north of Le Havre. They named all the camps after cigarettes. Yeah. And then on what was it? July the 9th, we got on the Frederick Lake steamship. He was a freighter, and we piled on there, the 3rd Battalion, and we took off for, we didn't know where, we wanted to go home, and we landed in Boston on the 19th, I believe it was. Took 10 days. Wouldn't you know, we got to I don't know how far out, but they started the foghorns going, and we stopped in the water. And I had no idea how far but those foghorns starts going, and you couldn't see. I guess you could just barely see you could stand out at the deck, you could see the front of the ship, but you couldn't see the back of this freighter. And while we were piled down in the hole down there, we were down there stacked about 7 deep or so, and at the crossroads of these, as I laid in the top bunk and looked down and watched them play cards, and they'd given us all $40 before we got on the ship, and I'd sent my money home, and if I bailed mine home, I didn't keep my money, and the fellas all gambled down there all the way home 10 days, and when this one sergeant from the wire platoon got out, he had a bag he'd bought at the whatever you call the PX on the board the ship. These ships, you know, had a place you buy stuff. He had like a gym bag. It was stuffed full of money, and he paid another sergeant to be his bodyguard. But I watched him get down to the very last hand up there. It must have been about the 8th or 9th day, and this kid Tamburello, I remember him. I didn't like him very well. He was scared to death, and he said he drove for the mob in Chicago one time, and he said he was a big guy. But the first time they shot at us at this roadblock, he started shaking so bad he worked with the cooks the rest of the time we was over there, and he was a real thrill. But he was the last one in that, and this fella raised him in the last raise, and he couldn't match it, and he got screaming because he wanted to call his hand, but he couldn't call. He couldn't borrow money because everybody's cleaned out.
Yeah.
And that was a trip home, and we got to Boston, and they got us Boston. They got us fixed up, and they sent us home to back. I came back on a train they took us down to Atterbury, and Atterbury they gave us some new clothes and let us come home. And I got home here in Anderson, and no parade out there, incidentally. People complain no parade or anything, but I was home, and then I was here, and I was at I'd never drank a drop of alcohol in my life. I never had a beer in my life. I still never had a beer. I never did drink a beer. And the boys always wanted me to taste the wine because they thought I was rich, because they thought because I was just educated, a lot of them when they would drink this damn sour wine that wasn't fermented over there. They always wanted to taste. And Germans made schnapps out of everything. And they always wanted me to taste, but I never did. I never drank. But on the night that they dropped the atomic bomb, I was over having hot donuts and milk with my wife and another one of my buddies from the Air Corps who had just came lieutenant. He'd been training on B-29s, and he and his wife, and we were dancing to Glenn Miller and we was hearing shotguns or something going off outside, some horns blowing, and didn't know what it was. And the phone rang. It was my stepmother calling, and they were having a party just about a mile away. My dad and her and so about 4 other couples, and they said, "Come on over. The war's over." They dropped some kind of a big bomb. So we went over there, and that's the first time I'd ever drank. I had a Southern Comfort and Coke, and that's my first drink I ever had. But that was the end of the war for me, and then we all went back to Fort Benning, Georgia, and where we were finally discharged. Well, no, I wasn't discharged yet. They sent me up to Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania. That was a thrill. I only had 45 points, and I didn't get out till December the 9th. And I came home. Eleanor joined me up there at Lebanon, Pennsylvania, just outside of, not far from the fort of Indiantown Gap. And that's one of Washington's old camps.
Yeah.
And I was there for, I don't know, I must have been there for 30 days, 40 days. Then we came home for good, and that's when I came home, and then I enrolled in Purdue again, and then in February of 46. And finally came back to Anderson and joined General Motors for 41 years, and retired in 1989, and had a pretty good life. There were times I wondered whether I was going to make it, but it was a good life, and I'm pretty well pleased with everything. I did stop drinking at 22 years ago because, like a lot of people, my friends that smoke too much now have emphysema and they're dying all around me. I quit drinking 22 years ago because it got to be too much fun to drink. And when you start doing something that's too enjoyable, you need to haul it in. And that sure didn't help my diabetes later on to come on, you know how that goes. But I'm in pretty good health, and I'm very happy that I managed to last these years. Been married now for 58 years. Now that's not a record, but it's a pretty good average, I guess.
Pretty darn good. Well, I got a few little details here that came up while you were talking about this. First of all, when you met the Russians, what was the reception between the American Army and the Russians? Were they treat each other like, allies, or was there a coldness between the two, or any kind of fear between?
We didn't have any big get-togethers. In fact, we stood off. They looked at us, and the officers, of course, they got together, but the privates and then the rest of us, we didn't go over and jump up and down and carry on. It wasn't that thing for us because I suppose they'd already met in Berlin, I don't know, in some place over there, someplace. But we joined. They took over our position. We were guarding the prisoners, if you want to call it guarding. We weren't going to shoot them, but the people were escaping all the time from our group. You got 15, 25,000 guys out there, and they aren't going to stay there. And they were letting them go out as fast as we could get them processed out. They were being processed out. A lot of them just took off. But we were supposed to be guards, but we didn't. I wasn't guarding, but our troops were stationed around to plow in Germany there, and we turned over to the Russians.
You turned the German prisoners over to the Russians?
Yeah.
But they weren't too happy about that.
No, I don't suppose they were, but we had no facilities. They were just out in the middle of the field making that do for they could themselves, and we were supplying them with rations. But a lot of them didn't want to. I don't think wanted to be taken, and I don't think they knew that we were turning them over, because it was one of those something. We just decided to leave plow in Germany, and the Russians were there, and they just took over. So we were well on. We wanted to get on home. We didn't stick around. So I don't know all the details, but the officers never traveled with us when we were going someplace like that. We all left, and they all got on trains or cars or things like that. But they had other means of getting on back, and they never went down. And we never did see them. Only a few of them until they got the lucky strike. They did come back on the same boats. If they came back on the same quarters, they must have been on a better class than we were, someplace above. But as I say, we all respect our officers, but we didn't associate with officers. I used to drive them around when they wanted to have dates with the nurses, things like that back there in plowing. I never told their wives about it, but I'd have to take them back after the guys. They didn't drive. I'd take the nurses back, and everybody had too much to drink, and nurses always wanted to see my guns, my Lugers. I'd always carried a gun, even after they wanted to see your weapons. We never carried weapons. We kept them back. We kept our weapons, and we turned them all in though. After we got back to Lucky Strike. But the nurses, they were nice. No big deal.
I wonder, to what extent did you bond with your Jeep? Was there kind of a sense of...
It was. I had 33 holes in it. I count them sort of as friendly from the standpoint. I can't remember exactly how many miles I had on the Jeep. I think it was something over 20. That was over 2,000. It's in that area, 2,000 miles. I was going to write it down, I never did. But I'd whitewashed it a couple times, so and I lost it one time in the fog. So I had the rotor in my pocket. And as we came back from patrol, I was walking through this area, this minefield, because I knew where the marks were, and all of a sudden I realized everybody was single file on me.
Yeah.
Well, we got through the minefield all right, and they still followed me in single file because they didn't know where the Jeep was either. And I said to myself, "Oh God!" And I'm walking along there, and I walked right into the front wheel of the car. Do you know these guys thought that I was the best reconnaissance, the best man they'd ever seen. The Tiger Patrol. I always had to take the Tiger Patrol out. That was the L Company. We always had a Tiger Patrol to go over and just harass the Germans, or go out and just to keep them stirred up. And I always got the job of driving them. I don't know exactly how that worked out. But that's one of my other chores I did, while the lieutenant was sitting back with the other guys drinking schnapps or something. But I whitewashed it, and I had it painted, and I had a couple windshields put in, and I had them put a Focke-Wulf 190 was shot down. We were near the place where it was at, and I told the Swede Olson, the big mechanic, take the windows off the canopy and put them in my glass. And he didn't have any glass, so he put it in there, and it seemed like a good idea. And it was just fine until we're driving down the road, and they didn't have automatic windshield wipers. You had to drive the car one at it and do this. And the windshield wipers were connected together in tandem, so that your driver, whoever it was, if it was the lieutenant, he didn't very often, he could keep the water off the windshield. Well, the first time we hit a big rainstorm with a little mud splashing, he did this like this and scratched that plexiglass. I couldn't see through that glass. I couldn't see through that glass, and I got back to finally got. And it was raining, and I couldn't see, and I said, "Well, we got to put the windshield down," and that didn't meet with anybody's. They were very happy about it, but I had them take that out, and they finally got me some windshield off another Jeep that had been blown up. But the Jeep meant something to me. I've got to say that the Jeep would upset easily. I upset it only once, and that was because the lieutenant of the Tiger Patrol told me to move further over, and we finally got the wheel off in this blinding snowstorm, and it rolled over, and very slowly rolled over, and they all fell out, and a wire catcher come over and stabbed in the ground and held me from being on top of my leg. So fate saved my life. The Jeep was something else.
A couple guardian angels.
I enjoy. Yes, I am.
I didn't catch your stepmom's name.
Her name was Bess. She married my father. Curry was her name. That was her. She was been married before, but I forget what her. But when Dad married her, but she was her Bess Curry, and they were. They lived here in Anderson, and she'd worked at Delcoremy, and Dad met her and married her sometime after my mother had died.
Was it hard for you to see another woman come in and sort of take the place of your mom, or is it?
She never took the place. She was 15 years younger than my father, and that was all right. I didn't, as I say, I always took. I didn't like it, but Dad was lonely.
Yeah.
My mother was only 49 years old. She died. She took her own life, incidentally, by laying under the exhaust pipe of the car and putting a blanket over her head. But she was in a lot of pain, and I don't know what all the big words were, but I think she had cancer of the uterus. And then in those days they didn't know what to do. They could drain it.
020027, tape 6. And now for something a little more pleasant. Tell me about your wife. First of all, what's her name?
Eleanor Lee Cresilius Vinson. Cresilius says we never have found out exactly what Cresilius the name is. I thought perhaps it might be French. One time her brother passed off as being Greek and played with the Heppas in Chicago with a basketball team from Anderson, which he shouldn't have, but he did. She was born down near Huron, Indiana, and came up here when she was 6 years old, and her dad and mother worked at Delcoremy. It is by a coincidence at the time, but her father worked for my father during the late 30s, and she went to grade school out here and junior high over at Washington school, and went to high school at Anderson High School, and she played in the band, not well. A very ironic thing about her happened. I walked into the first grade of Mount Hope School with Jimmy Romine, Jimmy Romine and his mother, and my mother and I walked in the front door in the first grade. And Jimmy Romine, the family, knew Lee Kerselius and Edith, Eleanor's mother, and her. And all those years that I lived down the street from Jimmy Romine, about 5 blocks down there on Vineyard Street, just right there where the railroad crosses the Indiana Avenue, and just down a block and a half from the school. And then he and I were buddies all the time, and he knew her all during the years. And then my grandfather had built, and Dad had built 2 houses there on Indiana Avenue. And a fellow named Bert Ball, who gave lessons, music lessons. And Eleanor, for where I don't understand, but she never did explain, but her mother and daddy wanted her to take music lessons, and so she took trumpet lessons. And Bobby her brother had different mouthpieces, but they used the same trumpet, and he played it in the house that wasn't 100 yards from where I grew up and was born and reared. The same location. And there I was, roaming around out there in the yard and hearing them blow these terrible notes down there in that house. And she ended up going to high school, and the Anderson High School, the old Anderson High School, had the band building that was outside the door of where my homeroom was, about 40 feet away. And when the band practice would be over, she would walk down that corridor there. Jimmy Romine would walk down. He played the trumpet. And one day, back in 1940, I stepped out the door, and Jimmy was there, and I said something to Jimmy, and I had something to start, and we walked down there. He walked down there, through down to the other end of the Anderson High School in the basement there. And as I'm standing there and he's putting away his horns or music or something, these girls all come down, this gaggle of girls came down the right behind us there, about 50 feet behind us or so, and turned the corner and walked on down the basement corridor. And I said, Jimmy said, "Who's the girl in the long brown hair with the red sweater on?" And he said, "Well, I know her." I said, "Do you want to meet her?" And he grabbed me, grabbed me by the damn arm and dragged me clear down that hallway. And the girls by this time are down there, and they've got to their locker, and they are standing there yapping. And he dragged me up there and said, elbowed it, said, "Eleanor said, here's somebody who wants to meet you." And that's how we met. After probably at least 9 years of her, or maybe he didn't blow the horn, maybe for 4 or 5 years, but Jimmy knowing her all the time from the time she was probably about 8 or 9 years old, and she rode her bicycle out there once, and all those years, and I was that far away from her, and ended up that in 1940 we had a date, and one thing after the other led the other, and we started going steady in about about the end of 1940, and I went away to as a senior, when I went away to Purdue in '42. She was still here because she was only in the class of '43. She had to finish half a semester, and it turns out that I said, well, I better lock that in because she's going to be down at Anderson alone with all those guys she's known all these years. And I took my mother's engagement ring and I gave it to her. And one of my trips home from Purdue, and we got engaged. And then from that point on, I was in the ASTP, and they looked like the war was going well over there, and I was in North Carolina State University, and And I thought maybe, I guess I thought maybe that I was going to get to be an engineer and stay there and graduate, and the war was going to leave, and that was going to be the end of that. I guess I thought that. I don't know what I thought. But I'll be damned if I can remember. I told Eleanor, why in the hell did we get married? And she looks at me and she said, well, I don't really know either. Of course, I said, well, the fact that I guess we were in love, whatever that is. I'm not sure what that in love is. But we decided to get married in January the 31st of 1944. And I came home from Raleigh, and I had a 1 week pass. And I got home on Sunday afternoon, and she'd gotten the rings, and I couldn't sign my own wedding application because I could fight the war, but I couldn't drink or sign my wedding. I could get killed. I couldn't vote, but but my dad had to go up there and sign my license to get a license, and we got married then that evening at 4:00 on 1944 on January the 31st, and then we took her daddy drove us down to Indianapolis, and I got on the train then the next day, and we went down to Cincinnati and stayed at the Gibson Hotel at $5 a night, and after, let's see, it was 5 nights and 4 days, I had to get back on the train and leave her there, and I took off and back for Raleigh, North Carolina, and the old ASTP. And like I said, that came to a halt, and about 3 months later, and that's all she wrote, and that's the story.
Well, it'd be tough.
Well, I don't know. It was funny. We had people waited 8 years to see whether or not she was pregnant. Because a lot of fellows got married back then, but we didn't have our daughter till 8 years later. But we were in love.
So what's your daughter's name?
Jennifer.
Jennifer. What's become of Jennifer in life?
Jennifer went through our Madison Heights out here in Anderson, back when that school was out there, and where Anderson is now, Anderson High School is now. And she graduated in 1970, and went to Ball State, and she went and she wanted to be in the newspaper business. She loved copywriting and things like that, but she never got in. I couldn't get her in any newspapers, so she would also took teachings. So she got her master's and teaching, and she's been 25 years down at Arlington High School down in Annapolis.
Oh, okay.
She's a counselor now. She married to David DeWerble, who's head of the laboratories for the big company over at Shelbyville, Indiana. And she's turned 50 years old. I can't believe it.
Yeah, she was just in the class behind me.
Is that right?
I graduated in 1969.
Yeah, well, you guys are just youngsters.
She's a pretty girl. I see by her picture over there. Kind of show you how blind I was when I was in school. I didn't see her.
Yeah, she's really a jewel. She loves both of us really well. I'm so pleased because her mother and her are very close together, and that's something that a lot of daughters seem like that they do a lot of fussing around with their children, but we only have one. But she may have been spoiled too, I suppose. I kept her driving fancy sports cars when she was young. Now she still drives. She's still driving a Grand Prix, and I drive my red car, and I drove.
We didn't notice her.
Yeah.
I drove Corvettes for 25 years, and I loved them, but the price got ridiculous, so I went to Trans Ams.
Yeah.
And I've this is the last year for them, you know, that they don't make them anymore. They quit making them.
Well, Trans Am's.
Yeah. And
That's right.
so I bought the last one they had, and I guess that's maybe be my last car. My first car was a red Corvette, and so that maybe my last car will be a red Trans Am.
Do you have anything else?
Was there any other medals he received besides the Silver Star and Bronze Star?
No, 3 battles: the Battle of France, Germany, and Bulge, and of course I got the victory medal, and I got the American Defense Medal, and I got the German the battle of the German the one for occupation of Germany, and we got a unit citation. I'm a combat infantryman.
It might be easier if we just relocate. He's got everything right here. Could you just
Well,
take
we're
the
gonna be
camera
able
off
to have the
separate?
right light. So there's the light.
Yeah.
Okay, if we take this down.
Yeah, you take it down. Yeah,
No.
it's got glass that it won't reflect on you too much.
We can tilt it.
We tilt it down, and I can focus right in on it. Need to bring it my way just a little
Tilt
bit.
that way. So you got your Silver Star,
Yeah.
and then your Bronze Star.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that picture there in the corner? I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, that's me. That's the soldier. That's young. That's a young battle. This is the ASTP badge up here. Where was it? This is the Golden Acorn. That's our unit. Our unit. We're the Nut Division, the Golden Nut.
Infantry badge.
Combat infantry.
Yeah. I see you got some awards from the German Army too. It looks like Iron Crosses.
No,
there.
those are for sharpshooting. Almost shot myself in the foot for that one. You know.
Oh boy.
No, I was always a good shot, and I fired with both eyes open. And
Really?
what you do, you look at the target with my left eye, which is far-sighted, and I was slightly nearsighted, and slightly near. I mean, not that, but I was put the sights on it with my right eye. I had to center them up, and then so the further away I got, the parallax went away, you know.
Right.
And so I was better the further away you were, the better shot I was.
Wow.
It kind of an unusual situation, but
But it's funny, for as good a marksman as you were on the other end of a sniper's bullet, and then you start out in artillery, and you wind up getting shelled probably about as much as you probably get more shells thrown at you than what you ever threw at anybody else.
well, if you're in the front line, actually you're not getting as many artillery shells because most artillery used. Unless you're doing it at close, just for instance, you don't take a large bore cannon and shoot a soldier with it.
Right.
I can hang it up. Don't worry. It's kind of hard to catch there But if you think about it, the Germans started pulling something on us that I didn't mention, but one of the things is they started firing every round of ammunition they had at us,
Yeah.
and they'd run out of ammunition, and they all run out, hold their hands up, and surrender.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say that that got to be pretty old after about 2 weeks of that, or so, what happened is when they came out to surrender, they got shot. And the word gets around pretty fast that, hey, maybe that isn't the way to do it, and so they stopped pulling that crap on you, where they'd fire everything they had. Of course, I don't know whether that they had an SS man make them do it or what, but I mean, they would fire at everything. They would fire with 88s. They'd fire at you. It seemed like you wanted to take a relief, you know. They fired at when you run from one blockhouse to another. They'd fire at you. Now they don't normally do that unless you're just trying to use up your ammunition.
Yeah.
You don't shoot cannons. You don't shoot 88s at one person.
I heard other people say that. They'd shoot an 88 just to blow up a soldier.
I never, that always kind of got me. I've heard that, but, and I don't recall that ever happening to me, but I've heard of it. And all I know is that when we would take them, they'd had no more ammunition left.
Wow.
We'd go into the pillboxes in various places, and they would just they'd all be coming out scared to death. I have never seen people so scared. But the thing was that they got sending kids against us, 13, 14-year-old kids. They showed a picture of Judy. We were in the reserve, in the back here. I got pictures, and we saw a picture of Judy Garland and meet me in St. Louis. And we came out, and her eyes weren't focused yet. They're getting out in the light. And do you know that there I was, and this kid is running at me with a bazooka, with a shell. He's going to run right straight into the front of my vehicle with that thing, and somebody tackled him and knocked him down. And he couldn't have been over 13 years old. And we put him up there, put him on top of my Jeep and straddled that wire catcher. And I gave him a ride down that hill to the PO camp. You won't believe. But then the old men came out. Now that bothered me because they were, I say old men, they were 50 and 60 years old.
I think they'd have a little more sense about it.
Well, they didn't do that. They didn't want to fight. When they come out, they looked like that hangdog looked like, I don't know what I'm doing here, and here I am, and I surrender. And they put their hands up sort of halfway. And I want to say that you pointed an M1 at the German soldiers, and they didn't move very fast. But you pointed that thing at them with that 45, or you took out your automatic and aimed at that hole got bigger, and they put their hands up right now.
Yeah.
But
if there's any of this you don't want on the film, let me
no,
know.
that's fine. No, I don't. As I say, I don't.
I can't believe you carried that. That thing is heavy.
Well, you know, I have a hard time. Of course, you had to carry this thing. Well, I got a sling, and you carried it a little different. You don't carry it over your shoulder, particularly like this, because it just doesn't fit. You had to carry it across your back.
Yeah.
In this manner, across this way, and but you didn't do a lot of marching with this one. I had this, and I say I only had it for a while. This was this one here. I'm sure that somebody had this one, and it was scratched up pretty bad. I polished it all up, and then it's got a breech here, aluminum breech. This is not a real breech. This won't work, non-firing. But I don't know. It makes me feel that I look at that thing and it reminds me of some things. This is the scariest weapon I ever shot. When it goes off, it surprises you. You don't fire 'em. I never fired it automatic, but it don't go bang. It goes boom, and the flame. It's a thrill to you. You just don't go poop, poop, poop like that.
Yeah.
It makes a damn much noise, and yes, it always scares the guy shooting it.
Like kick to it?
Oh, it raises up on you. And it does a say. I watched Jimmy Stewart shoot it like this.
Yeah.
And anybody trying to hit somebody at 300 yards or something like this gotta have a hole in their head. if you're gonna expect to hit anybody with this thing, you better just shoot at people about 40 or 50 feet away. Don't try to hit. But some guys would try to shoot the thing. You could see the shells. Actually, once they got out there, I've heard stories about them. They say that you could stand with a bucket at the end of a football field with a 45, and you could fire the thing and catch it in a bucket. Well, I never saw anybody do it, but apparently the velocity, it starts petering out as it gets about 100 yards, 150 yards away. But if it hits you, it just tears a hole clear through you.
Well,
When this hits you, I've seen the backs of people that look like the whole back of the whole hand, a whole piece that big come out of the back of them.
wow.
45, it don't go straight. It tumbles. It tumbles almost. I'd say that it must start tumbling probably at 50 yards or less. But I've seen guys firing at. They're over there they're in the field over there, 500 yards away, and they're standing up trying to shoot at somebody way over there. And you know they're doing this. They're aiming off the top of their sight, trying to just to harass them. And I don't know if that's what turns you on.
Or you just kind of hold it down, about like you're holding it there, and just.
Well,
fire
really,
away.
well, what it was designed for it was called a trench sweep.
Okay.
A trench sweeper in World War I. The Thompson machine gun was made, and it was to sweep trenches. They'd come over the top and shoot the thing all through the people in the trenches. And they had no place to run, and you just sweep the whole trench with it. It was never meant to stand there and fire one shot at somebody. Never that way. But I tell you, you can put a lot of holes in a lot of stuff, and it scares the hell out of whoever's out there seeing you shoot it. It's enough to, well, it scares the guy shooting, but I mean, it'll just pump it out there as fast as you want to pull it. Or you can hold it down, but if you hold it down, it just goes like that. Some of the guys said, hold it sideways like this, and of course that does this way. I don't know. I never fired it that much, actually. But it was a good scare weapon, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
We have 16 minutes.
Yeah, 16? Okay.
My Lugers are there's something else now. The German Lugers are another story. They are a nicer weapon. I could take you out if you'd never shot that. I could put a Maxwell House coffee can out there and take you about probably 25 feet away. And you say, well, I don't think I can hit that. But if you will not jerk at it, if you won't jerk it, this gun, when it fires, this comes back up and comes right back down again. And so you can hold it there, and it rocks on you. It doesn't does this. It rocks back like this.
Okay.
Now this one got there. I got that at a we took a what it turned out was uninhabited arsenal at Limburg, Germany. There was a prisoner of war camp in Limburg, Germany, and we went in there and liberated them, and we went over this arsenal in town, and we thought that they might be in there, and so we went in, and this was sitting over there in the gun room. This is was made by, and this has American Eagle on it here.
Oh, really?
And it said that when this comes over here into safety position, it says loaded, not Gershite, like the other one. It says loaded, and this. Let me just says it doesn't say, it says safety. This comes up right here. I have lost my finger finally, and I can't pull this back that way. You got to be careful how you do it. Pull it back like that, and when it comes back like that, then you let it go, and with this clip up here, the bullet will go into the chamber. And then when if in the movies, every so often I get interested, I'll see somebody pointing a gun at somebody.
Yeah.
Now if you got a Luger, and these bad guys always he's got the Luger on the guy. Well, if this isn't sticking up, and you got enough courage, you can just go over and knock the guy silly because it's not loaded. It says loaded right here when this thing raises up. Or it says Gladden if it's that other Luger over there, Gladen. And the shell is either in the chamber, if this gun is unloaded because that there. But you know, you tell yourself, well, what if the thing it wasn't working right there, and it was loaded, and you were going to reach over there and hit him, and he just blows your head off. Now this is a 7.65 millimeter. That's 31 caliber. This is not a 32 caliber. It's a 31 caliber, and this is the Swiss exported these all over, and the Germans Germans made them, and everybody made these. This is a German Luger, and it has the crest of the Luger here, and it has the American Eagle right there in the front of it, right there, which is unusual.
It is.
The other one doesn't have that. It's a German. Now the sergeants in World War II, carried some of these, but they didn't go around. The officers carried these, and these are not to be worn. You didn't wear them on your side. You wore them in your crotch, like this. And to get the gun, to get the weapon out, you pull on this, and it raises up and it's out like this. That's a fast draw in German.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, don't try to outbeat a cowboy like Hopalong Castle. But this is you wear this. You're supposed to wear it here. You wear it here. You don't wear it. You see, you wear it like this in the movies. This is a hell. You can't. How are you going to get this out? You wore this on your hip over here. How are you going to get that thing out over here? You're going to have to get back here and get down in here and try to get around here. But the Germans would wear it. The officer would wear them in here when they wore them. And of course, when they're wearing their dress uniform, they didn't wear them. But they don't show those in the movies too many times. They'll show a German now and then wearing them over here, and that's not the right spot to wear them. And then this is the clip, of course, and the clip holds 9 rounds. Okay. And you insert this in here and just shove it home, and you're in business. You fire 9 times as fast as you can pull the trigger without reloading.
Okay, speaking of clip, the
Oops.
microphone dropped off there a little bit.
Well, it was so interesting what he was saying, I wasn't paying attention.
Hearing it okay?
Well, I was hearing it out of one of these ears.
Why don't we just kind of aim up and just show a few of the planes here? This is neat. This is another one of Ted's hobbies here. You build these from scratch.
Yeah, they. I don't have kits. I get the plans from. Take a book like this, P-51. I'll take a book like this, send away for it. Tells me all about it from the very first inception of how that the British ordered some P-36s, and they said we can do better than that. And then this is the genesis of the Mustang down here through all the models up to the D models, and then in the book here they'll show you a picture like this, and it'll show you the different views, and with the different views, then there's all the different ones that you could decorate them, and these are actual decorations from different squadrons in the World War II, and they have anything you want to know about them, and I have to pick up plans then. I have to pick up plans out of other books.
Those really are amazing. Those are just excellent.
Take a book like this. This has detailed skill. You can make a real airplane from this book right here.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you?
this has all the specifications in here, has all the detailed drawings, and all you got to do is be able to take this and make it into the scale you want. I chose 1 foot to the inch, so every airplane here is exactly the same scale. In other words, any Rickenbacker flew a plane to do 90 miles an hour, and maybe 110 miles an hour in a dive, and it's at the ring job, and it is a one-man plane, and it has about 100 horsepower engine, maybe a little bit along there. This plane here has a big engine. Has 36 cylinders. It'll do 400 miles an hour. T-47. Your Mustang has a two Allison engines, a one-man plane. These are all one-man airplanes. Everybody for one man can fly these kites over there, like for instance, like the Fokker D1, DR1, and that Rickenbacker flew. A lot of stories about Rickenbacker. He did something that some other pilots later on did. He would get up in the morning and he would go to the field out there, and he would take micrometers and he would check every bullet to see if it was the same size. Because if you think back in 1915, they didn't have the heading machines that would make everyone exactly alike.
Right.
They would have to have dies to make these shells, and they would have maybe hundreds of dies. But the shells weren't all the same size, and you had all the movies. You see the guy fighting the jam machine.
Right.
You see all the guy in the sky, and then in World War I, how they get machine guns kept jamming. Well, they were jamming because the shells weren't exactly right. Rickenbacker, though, he would check every bullet in the cartridges before they put them in the belts for him. And this is another reason why he shot down more airplanes, like 80 or whatever it was, than anybody else in that time frame.
Which plane was his?
It's the red one over the triplane, the German plane up there.
Well, okay, it was Rickenbacker's plane would have been what, SPAD?
Yeah, the SPAD, they had the ring there.
The #1 plane,
Right there?
right behind the white plane,
Over there.
straight behind the
Yeah.
white plane.
Behind the white airplane up there on the
Right
top.
next, it's just to the left of the German plane, Red Fokker.
I think I mentioned to you that we almost fought the war with 2 of those airplanes. That's all we had to fight against the Japanese. We come awful close. In fact, it was to me, it was another one of those. If the Japanese had attacked 1 year earlier, we probably would have. I don't know how we could have got to bounce back the way we did.
Would have been, probably added another 2 or 3 years to the war.
We could have added more, that's for sure. But it was amazing that you could go from, let's say, when the Wright brothers first flew, you could go in 50 years, you could get to the point where you had airplanes like you're seeing some of these here. That's amazing.
Yeah.
The genesis of the models too. A lot of these planes, for instance, this one right here, the P-38.
Right.
The torque on those are such that when they first started, they had both propellers going the same direction, and the torque was so fantastic that's one of the things that got in. I remember when they were first testing it, they killed a couple people because they couldn't trim it.
Right.
The torque was too great. So then they decided to rotate them in different directions. And that was fine, except that they were rotating the plane, and they were rotating in a. They rotate them in a clockwise direction. No, counterclockwise. They went counterclockwise, and this blew too much air over the back of the plane and made the back end of the plane flip up and down. So these propellers are made, if you say the turn, they rotate right in, and the air now flows back under the plane instead of flying back into the tail of the plane.
Yeah.
And there's a small elevator tab back there that keeps that tail from fluttering, and at different speed, the plane would flutter like hell back there. So they come a long way from the first development. Actually, the plane that almost killed Howard Hughes, you know, he actually had almost a prototype of this, and he had counter-rotating propellers. But he had 2 propellers on each wing, and one of the blades broke, and he crashed out. That's just about killed him in that plane crash he had designed. Hughes was a fantastic designer. You know that if you take a look, I can show you books in here that shows the plane, the Zero. It was a direct, to me. It was comes as a hybrid off of the plane that Howard Hughes set the cross-continental speed record in it. The H2, Howard Hughes, they flew that plane, and when Hap Arnold and him didn't get along at all. It ended up that when they wanted to put all this armament on it, and then they kept putting more and more armament on the more armor plate on it, they got it so heavy he couldn't fly it, and he told them to stick it. And but the Japanese, to me, the Zero has an awful lot going for it, just like the old H2.
They got a talent for picking up on other people's abandoned ideas.
In fact, the AT-6 has all the features except the engine. They have a better engine than the AT-6.
We have about 4 minutes. So if you want
Well, Ted, we probably could go on for another
Oh yeah,
2 or 3 hours. You've got such a wealth of information here, but
well, as I say, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
well, we always give the fellows sort of a last say here to say a few words for posterity, maybe a little personal philosophy or something you want to hand down to the generations or to your family.
Well, I guess I know that every war that we've ever fought is different than each other. No 2 wars have been exactly alike, although each time we start out maybe thinking they might be. I know the new war won't be that. If we ever have another war, it won't be the same. I just hope we never have another world war conflict. I know that I may not be here, but I hope it never happens to anybody again to kill off the youth of the nation.
It sure did, didn't it?
It did.
It's just
See what it did.
staggering.
France never recovered from World War I, and they weren't ready for World War II because they had no young people who would fight. They weren't great fighters.
Yeah, people wonder why they held out all through World War I and then they just collapsed like a house of cards in World War II. And
They killed off their youth.
Anybody there?
They killed off over 2 generations, and all they had left was some old men to try to fight the World War II. And they had some ideas about a Maginot Line where you sit in the trenches again. Only this time it concrete trenches. It didn't work.
Right. Well, Private Vinson, we thank you for this interview and for allowing us to come into your home. And always have appreciated you.
Been my pleasure. I might mention that there's no such wound as in the World War II as a shrapnel wound. Shrapnel was invented by a British general back years ago, and he invented a shell that exploded with brown balls in it. And we didn't have anything like that. But so everybody in the newspapers write about shrapnel wounds. Nobody got hit by shrapnel in World War II. But they keep saying it. Incidentally, I don't like the term GI.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a general. I'm not a general issue, a government issue. I enlisted, and I worked my way to be a private first class, and that's what I always was a first class private, not a GI.
Yeah.
It's an irritant. I know it's something that a lot of people